Okay, I think we're good to go. Don't know if anyone's watching right now, but whatevs. So, as the title says, we're doing what we did last time, and we're just working on commissions, and I'll just be answering your guys' questions. That's it. That's all. Nothing too exciting or crazy. Let's just dive right in. Gonna start by working on some stickers from my friend Corgi. You might know her as Cosmic Void Mage. So we're just gonna dive right in. Excuse me. So I'm just going to look up some music super quick so that it's not just dead silent when I have nothing to say. As per the previous stream, if you guys want to ask some questions, feel free to do so. I left that up there just because, it's fun. It's exciting. I figure I might just make all of my streams kind of like this now, where it's like, just, ask some questions, Why not, right? There we go. Figure Star Fox 64 I was gonna say Star Trek soundtrack would be good to go. AMA, well, within reason. Obviously, if it's if it's too personal or it's inappropriate, I can refuse to answer. But for the most part, I'll usually answer questions. So if you had something on your mind, the music might be a bit loud. Okay, so if you had anything you wanted to ask, feel free to ask, I guess. Also, how you doing, DC Abides? Might work on your commission later. I think I've got a game I'm playing in my other monitor, so I've got this and that at the same time. Fun times. Well, I sure hope that the noise from this game, or from Star Fox that I'm playing, isn't distracting. Not too distracting. If I go to space level kind of so it's appropriate. Hey, space! What game are you playing? If you don't mind my asking. Sega Genesis version of Animaniacs, fresh off a bench of the show. Level 2 is a Star Wars spoof. Ah, okie doke. I never played that game. Or any of the Animaniac tie-in games. I don't know how many of them there are. If there's even more than just that one, I have no idea. Hey, Corgi, how you doing? We're working on your comm right now, actually, so that's exciting. I don't know for how long. Maybe for like the first hour, and then from there, we'll start working on another one. Probably DC's or something. I have so much work to do. It's the girl. Hey, Poppin', how you doing? Good to see you, my friend. One's for the SNES, GameCube, Game Boy, DS. At least here are 3. Oh, I'm all high cars. I like how you got distracted halfway through typing that. How you doing, cute Pengu? As you can hear, I'm currently got the Space Husband theme, soundtrack playing, so that's exciting. Which one? Take your pick. Okay, so, as previously, this is going to be a stream where you can ask questions, as long as it's not too inappropriate, or, you know, I don't feel comfortable answering it. Feel free to ask away. If you have a question, I'd be more than happy to answer. I think it makes these art streams a little bit more exciting. Also, if you're confused why we're not playing The Sims right now, 2 reasons. Because I normally do on Saturday, but there's 2 reasons for that. One is just, I have a ton of work to do, like, in between these commissions. I also have to work on the assets for the next Foxtails. Yeah, we're in asset preparation phase, by the way, so that's exciting. And the other thing is just I didn't feel like playing it. Watching competitive League of Legends with friends. Oh, exciting. Oh, by the way, folks, if you could hang on. I think I might have. No, it's gonna bring you to your timeline. Hang on, sorry. Hey, Milksteak, how you doing? Hey, T-Chap! Ah! T-Chap, I thought you were, streaming with Vermont. Huh? Well, anyway, if you guys could share... And Milksteak! Yes! If you guys could share that tweet, the, status post I just posted, I'd really appreciate that. Help get the word out. Anyway, what I was saying was that, we're not doing Sims just because, I just didn't feel like it, honestly. We updated the time. Started 4 hours ago on time. Damn it! I didn't know that. I wanted to see it. Or at the very least, I wanted to raid you guys. Volpic Owo, or Uwu, thank you very much for the follow. On top of that, also, Watermelon313 who followed off stream. Thank you very much for the follow. It is muchly appreciated. Sorry, T-Chep. Vulpikuwu, you're a cutie. Huh, I'm surprised you already have that many channel points. You probably got it from following or something. Vulpikuwu, I believe you're new to this channel. I believe you're new to the streams, so welcome. We're just working on some art. I am a variety streamer. I tend to do art, but sometimes I also do things like I play The Sims, or I play Fallout 4, Sonic Adventure 2. I'm actually thinking of playing some new games too. We'll do it again some same time next Saturday. Okay. Like, I feel really bad because I've been missing, like, everyone's streams. Like, Flint streams every, like... Pardon me. Like, not every day, but a good chunk of the days at 2. And I keep missing his streams because I keep sleeping in the middle of the day! And I feel really bad because I want to be there and I want to support his streams. Okay. Game, how many variations of... Oh, they're playing all the demos in a row. That's why it keeps doing it. I was about to say, how many times can you play the main theme? Hey, Milksteak, thank you very much for the tip. $3. That helps go a long way and helps keep me fed. Your sleep schedule's messed up too. Here's the kooky part. I actually went to bed like at a fairly decent time last night, and yet I still can't seem to stay up during the day. It's like I'll go to bed at like a decent time, and then I'll pass out and then at some point just randomly throughout the day I'll just pass out. And it's getting frustrating because it's like, I'd like to function. I don't want to have to be doing my work at night. But it seems like I kind of don't have much of a choice. Man, the NASA logo is harder to friggin' do than I thought it would be. I know it doesn't need to be one-to-one the same, but like, come on, I can look better than this. Graphic design is not my passion. Not for lack of trying, at least in class anyway. I went to bed at 7 a.m. Holy crap. I think the day before I went to bed at like 10 because I had so much work to do. Frankly, I might pull an all-nighter tonight as well, just because I have so much work that needs to get done, and I just don't really have the time during the day anymore because I keep passing out even if I don't sleep during the day. So even if I don't, stay up all night. So screw it! I might as well stay up all night and get the work done, you know? Ah! Maybe I'll just try and stay up for the next 24 hours and fix my goddamn sleep schedule. So who knows, maybe this stream will go a little bit later. Maybe, we'll see. Corgi also needs to stream, and I don't want to potentially mess that up. So, of course, then again, we start streaming like while the other one is streaming anyway. So, So how's everyone's day been? I hope it's been good. Also, a Milksteak, Choco, and DC Abides, thank you for retweeting the tweet. That does help raise the tweet in the algorithms, which hopefully will get us some more traction. The end is a little bit too thick. Colonel. Dun dun. Dun 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 dun. Currently making a meme with Adler superimposed on Bernie's face. As you do on a Saturday night. DC with a little peace sign. Thank you very much. My day's been okay. Ran a short D&D one-shot. Awesome! I keep saying this during every stream, but I miss D&D so much. Abyss actually shared an art of a D&D character that they have. Hey! Speaking of Abyss, thank you for hosting, lover. I was literally just about to start talking about the fish boy that you shared earlier. Fish Peppy, yes, I miss D&D. We need to run a game soon. I saw the fish. Was a good fish. I saw fish. That was all. You can go back outside now. Back from the grave because I forgot my Twitch info. Ah! Hey, Ezra, how you doing? Welcome back. Yeah, it's been a while. I'm glad you found your Twitch information. Good to hear that you've been good. So just as a gentle reminder to folks, this is an AMA stream, provided that you keep it PG-13 and don't get too super duper personal. I'd be more than happy to answer some questions. It helps keep the stream interesting and all that. And of course, shout out to Ezra for being back. Glad you managed to get back into your account. With little incident. I don't feel like she's thick enough. Maybe we'll increase the, make her a little bit, like, give her a bit more of a pudge. It is admittedly going a little bit weird going back to some of these songs after hearing the Star Fox Assault versions of them for so long, because normally I listen to the Star Fox Assault soundtrack if I'm in the mood for Star Fox music, because it's just so good. But I was just in the mood for Star Fox 64, you know? Hey, Ezer! Thank you very much for the subscription. Using Prime, no less. Woo! Cass or Sidon? Ooh, I'm gonna go with... That's like asking me to... I'm gonna go with Cass, but I think Sidon is a more interesting character, obviously, but I don't know, Cass just kind of ticks more boxes, I guess. But Sidon's still a really good boyo. I love him. Yay! My earliest memory? This is gonna be oddly specific. Watching my almost brother-in-law. I say almost because my mom was in a relationship with a dude that didn't end up going anywhere, and we lived with him for a bit. Play Bubsy 3D. Yeah, one of my earliest cautious memories is also a memory of goddamn Bubsy 3D, and if that's not a metaphor for my life, I don't know what is. Alternatively, another really early one was, and this is a much better one, is playing Yoshi's Island with my brother in a room while eating dry Lucky Charms, and thinking that the 3D text on the pause menu looked like the marshmallows for some reason. So yeah, Bubsy 3D. One of the earliest memories that I have is of that game. Looks like old Anastasia Ruff cringes. I'm sorry, it's the one that was available. It's the one that she sent me. Oh, I might have to do it. Oh no, that's shine. I thought it was like a white space out. No, that's shine from her eyebrows because of the lightsaber. The new one's being made soon. Yeah, but it's soon, but not quite soon enough. Yeah, I should mention this ref was drawn by Abyss. If you haven't followed Abyss on Twitter or anything yet, you should fix that now. Because his art is, like, infinitely better than mine, and while he doesn't update quite as frequently... Hey, La Rubric! Thank you very much for the host. How have you been, Rubric? Speaking of people whose streams I keep missing, sorry, Rubric. I'm missing everyone's streams. I'm missing, like, Poppins, Rubrics, Vermonts, Flints. I feel so bad. Distant past or distant future? Distant future. I think I would do a lot better in the future than I would in the past. I'm way too technology dependent. Not that I couldn't adapt and survive, but it would take a while. It would definitely take some doing. We're at 7 viewers, not too bad, not too bad. This is what I do. Last stream I said, I'm not going to be focusing on numbers as much. I'm like, I wonder how many people are watching this stream. I do this to myself. But yeah, I think I would rather be caught in the distant past, distant future. I think I would do better in the distant future, honestly. Not that I think I would survive very long in either, because I just remembered, oh yeah, diseases that my body wouldn't be used to. Of course, if I'm trapped in one of those time frames by way of Doctor Who, there would always be a way to get back, because that's just how Doctor Who is. Unless a character dies, there's always a chance that they'll come back at some point. Oh yeah, Aquas. Worst mission in the game. Well, yeah, you know what, I'm thinking about it. Yeah, Aquas. I mean, the missile mission is all in I think it's... Sector Z? I don't remember. Anyway, the missile mission also blows, but Aquas is just so dark. It's so impossible to see anything. Also, the tank is the submarine is a lot slower than the ship, unfortunately. Excuse me. What about you guys watching? Would you rather be trapped in the distant past or in the distant future? The past. I always kind of wanted to know what it's like as a pioneer, even though it probably sucks. Distant past, at least I would kind of know what to expect. Distant future is a complete wild card. Probably distant future. There'll be so much I missed out on. I'll be happy spending the rest of my life working to catch up. Huh. Well, working being a very loose term. Alternatively, if I'm lost in the distant past, if it's a place I have at least some knowledge on, I might know how to manipulate and change events. You see, I shouldn't be allowed to time travel because I would be very irresponsible. Oh, you want to know another reason why the distant future might be pretty badass? They may have, like, crazy transhumanism, like, robot stuff going on. And if I can manipulate the way my body looks however I want with cool robot stuff, I'm gonna do it. Like... See, that just makes me want to play Cyberpunk now. I don't even know why, because it's kind of a mess. Future. I know Blitzio has done voice roles for CJ and Flick, but I can imagine Sean Chiplock being Flick. I mean, I agree, Choco, but it's kind of a random one to bring up. But hey, I appreciate random conversation. I agree, though, my voice for Flick and CJ will always be Blitzio. I think he did a really... Here's the thing, he doesn't like those. I think he did a really good job on them. See you later, Korg. Enjoy your stream. I will get however many of these stickers I get done to you tonight. But yeah, I think he did a really good job on them. Admittedly, I am a bit biased because he's my boyfriend. But I do legitimately really like the voices that he picked out. And if any of you haven't seen his most recent voice reel, it's really impressively done. Plot twist. You think you travel to the past, but then you slowly realize you're in a post-apocalyptic future. Oh, that's like... Come on, that's like, it turns out it was actually Earth the whole time, is like one of the oldest twists in the book. Well, I guess that's not quite where you're proposing, but it's a similar kind of sentiment. Still, it could make for some good, you know, apocalyptic kind of fiction. Oh, did I not color in the eye whites? Oh, no, I did. Then I wonder why I didn't. Did I use colored too? No, then it's just being silly then. Alright. Oh, it's because it's pure white. Okay, that actually makes more sense. Even though... Wait, no. Oh, no, did I... No. It's on the nose layer, which this should be above anyway, so... If anyone has any more questions, feel free to ask. I'll be more than happy to answer them. This is an AMA stream, and I always like answering questions. We can get rid of this now. No. Get rid of this. What mission is this? Oh, it's Zonas. I don't remember this track. Yeah, I really don't remember the Zonas track being like this. What was my first commission? Ooh, You know what? I don't remember the specifics of what the No! Yes, I do! Yes, I do! It was by a friend of mine. It was of their Sonic OC. And the quality of it was absolute garbage because I didn't have a scan. It was a traditional piece. I didn't have a scanner, so I ended up taking a picture of it. And it was very low quality. But they were happy with it anyway. I didn't make any money off of it. I got DeviantArt points for it, which, frankly, does not count as actual money. Would you rather get famous making art you hate or be obscure making art that you love? See, here's the kind of situation on that. If I get famous making art that I hate, I can still spend time making art that I love on my own time, and hopefully establishing that I'm not just that thing that I hate, but on the flip side of that, I'll be working every day and I'll hate what I'm doing. I guess I'll, for now, with where I am, say remain obscure doing what I love, but I can't necessarily say for certain that that would always be the same. Because that is a very multi-tiered, complicated question. It's a very good question, actually, because it makes you think. You know? I am going to say that, though, for now. That I would rather remain obscure with a relatively small following, doing art that I love. But then again, if I'm doing art that I love, but I'm obscure and I'm not making like any cash flow or anything, then I'd probably also be working at a job that I hate. At least if I'm doing art that I hate, it's still art. Ooh. Oh, that's hard. Yeah, Abyss, that's what I'm getting at. But like, if I'm constantly like, here's the thing. if I am stuck working on something that I hate, or being attached to something that I hate for the rest of my life, that's always gonna haunt me. You know, I'll be there like Harrison Ford, just being like, God, I wish I wasn't in Star Wars. But on the flip side, yeah, it does open potential. Like, it does open doors. You see, I like this question because it's a good multi-tiered question, you know? This is, Titania and Macbeth. Which, by the way, it's alright if I say Macbeth because I'm not on stage. I don't know why they named the planet Macbeth, though. That's so weird to me. Anyway, this is a tank mission. Yeah. Excuse me. Walls, more like... Ugh. Yes, this is the theme song for Bulls, which is a very, 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 very weird thing to call your stage. Maybe it means something, Hey, sorry if I'm not saying a lot right now, folks. I'm focusing on the art. I don't know why I'm making myself sound like Captain Toad, but whatever. Then again, when don't I? Never forget General Toad in Abyss's Pokemon stream, guys. Never forget. Hey! He lives in Pokemon Home now, forever sealed away. Would you rather never speak to your boyfriends again or never? Milksteak, that's kind of a deeply personal question I'd rather not get into, but thank you anyway. Mostly because in my mind, there's no right answer to that, and... Would I rather always speak in the Cat and Toad voice or always look like a Zelda CDI cutscene? Oh, Zelda CDI cutscene, no question. Why? Because I can make myself into a YouTube poop. Like, sure, I love doing the Cat and Toad voice to annoy people, But the Zelda CDI games are a special kind of treasure that, as terrible as they are, they bring people together. Captain Toad brings no one together. Captain Toad repels people. It's alright, Milk Steak. But that is a very deeply personal question, and I'd rather not get into that sort of thing. It's a little bit too existential for me. Especially, it's like I said, there is no right answer to that. I know it says AMA in the tags, but that's really just because I can't think of because there really isn't an equivalent that's Ask Me Almost Anything, you know? With that said, if y'all have any other questions, please feel free to ask. I always like getting questions. Oh, Venom. Like the Venom. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, doke, sounds good. I didn't mind like the future question or the fame question. I thought those were fine. Are we already at the boss music? Dang, this soundtrack is not long. Would you rather live in a world where you never die or a world where you could be your persona? A world where I could be my persona. And you want to know why? Because it's my persona. And if I want, I could retcon it so that he can never die. I feel like you just get bored after like 200 years. I don't know. I think it would depend, frankly. But yeah, I know what my answer is. The one where I can cheat. That and, you know, Fuzzy Fox. That's always fun. Get into a world where it turns out you can create your body however you want, make yourself your persona, but they don't have a fennec species readily available. This always happens to me! Like, no, seriously, like one of the only games that has anything close to like a fennec fox like character creation option is World of Warcraft, and you have to do a bunch of crap with goblins in order to unlock that. Why didn't they just make it a starting race? I don't care if it's just an alternate palette or skin or whatever for the goblins. Just make it available. It's stupid. Like most things in World of Warcraft, actually. Who would you rather be followed for by an entire day? Entire mariachi band or one determined bagpipe player? One determined bagpipe player, because I could get to know the person. If it's an entire mariachi band, I don't think I'd be as comfortable, because that's a lot of people. With that said, I could always make the joke, ah, that's the mariachi band button! No, I'm gonna go with the bagpipe player. Or even better, that kid with the trumpet. So now the meme can be real. That, and I actually like bagpipes. So, I mean, I guess mariachi's an alright form of music, but, you know. Same with VR chat, and that also goes for birds, especially with those wing hands and shake my head. As are memes. Hey, bro, dude, do you like cheesecake or chocolate cake? I like both, but I guess just in the moment right now, I guess I'll say chocolate cake, but I like both. Both are good. If you ever use it, I'll probably use the Rocco avatar on having enough money for a custom VR commission of my Sona. Well, I've seen like a couple of excuse me. I've seen like a couple of like bird Sonas on VR chat you could probably use. I don't know if any of them are look anything like a flamingo though. So you see, if I ever like do anything VR chat, I'm waiting until I get one of my Fursona. Even if there are like Fennecs that are available, I'd want to be my Fursona. You know? That, and you know, I need something that has VR and can run VR. Like I need a VR headset and I could run VR. I think Ringo Raccoon was actually selling his old Oculus Rift for like $200 something odd, which is a pretty good deal, but like I don't like this computer is decently powerful considering what I paid for it, but I don't know if it can do VR. So I just don't really have the money to buy it off him. Otherwise I would have, because I would have been like, you know what, why not? That way I can play some VR games on stream and we can all have a good laugh. Then again, I'd want to have a rig set up. I'm very not pro showing my face. So, you know, God, so much preparation I still need to do with these streams. These streams are going to change so much in the next year or so. Just wait. Like, for instance, my fursuit is apparently going to be done around March. Apparently. I am waiting and seeing on that one. But if it is, you might see more of me doing like webcam and things like that because I'll have my fursuit ready to go. Would you rather have the opportunity to be a director on a new Sonic game or a game starring your Fursona? You know what? I'm going to say the director on a new Sonic game, because that will open opportunities for me to direct a game with my Fursona in the future, and because I think that could provide more career opportunities in the future, basically, is what I'm getting at. That, and I think more people would be interested in a game about, like a new Sonic game, you know? Gonna be hard seeing the screen through fursuit eyes. Hey, I see people do it! I'm not saying I'd always play with webcam, but like now it's something I can do. I can go on screen and, you know, where and whatnot. I definitely want to use it for YouTube videos. That's for sure. I will eat the mic if I have to. I'll find a way to make it work. And again, I definitely want to use it more for YouTube videos, is the thing. But But yeah, I think I would take the directing a new Sonic game gig if for some reason I got the opportunity and had the skills to have said opportunity. The first thing I would do for sure is if this was even within my power is I'd make sure that we would have the goddamn time for it, and I'd hire the most A+ staff we could get for it within our budget, which I would push for it to be larger than Sega probably would be willing to do at first. But, you know, all you need is a good kick in the pants and they'll be willing to listen. At least I like to think they would. That might just be me being hopeful, you know? Yes, Fenbot, thank you for reminding people of the rules. Wait. Oh, okay. Well, also, just as a... Oh, hang on. And just to remind folks, if you could share this to your tweet to let people know that we are in fact live, that would help a lot. Thank you very much. And also, just a reminder that if you want to help support the channel or the stream, whatever, you can help by subscribing if you haven't already, and you can also donate through my either my coffee, the link of which is shown on the thing here, or you can donate to my Streamlabs. Both, it'll get you a cute little notification if that happens, and it's just a really helpful thing to do, you know? I'll also give you a shout out, so that's fun. You can also gift subscriptions if you already have one. So if you already got yourself a subscription, feel free to gift one. That also helps a lot too. It'll also get you on the leaderboard. You can also give bits, but no one ever really seems to do that anymore. But that is something you could do. You can also get you on the leaderboard that's up above the chat. Just press the little arrows to the right and the left to see who's in the lead. Right now we don't have any leaders, so that opportunity is right from the beginning. Anyway, shilling's done. If anyone wants to ask any more questions, feel free. Gives me something to talk about, you know. Oh, another reason why I would pick a game to make of Sona, like if I could be the director. My Sona is just kind of myself. I don't think that'd make for a very exciting game. I mean, maybe if it was like, I don't know, just some ridiculous meta absurdist comedy or something. Like that one PSP game where you play as Keiji Inafune's niece. But, you know. Which was also the last PSP game released, I think, so that's exciting. Ugh. Oh my god, the instrumentation on the Cat Monroe theme. I forgot how doofy it sounded. Ah yes, the mission failed theme. Ah yes, the you messed up, everyone's dead theme. Planet Katina exploded. Everyone died! Okay, I got a question for the chat, since things seem a bit quiet right now. What's the first game you ever remember playing? Or not. Ah, crap. Oh well. First game I ever played was probably Sesame Street 1, 2, 3 for the NES. Interesting. That's not one I hear a lot. I freely admit, that's not one I hear a lot. And I remember quite distinctly, even though I thought it was beeping terrifying. Expletively terrifying. You thought it was terrifying. Could I ask why? Oh, you know what? No, and end up to the previous question about my earliest gaming memory. My earliest gaming memory is being like 2 or 3 and being terrified of the Duck Hunt dog. That's my earliest memory. Gaming or otherwise. That is my earliest memory, was being terrified of the Duck Hunt dog while my dad's friend played Duck Hunt. Anyone else remember their earliest video game that they played? Please answer, I'm so lonely. No, I'm joking. Like, you look at it and you think, oh, Sesame Street, this must be a fun, happy game, but all is not what it seems. So within the game is a segment called Astro Grover, and within this segment is a full moon with a face. Okay, this sounds like some creepypasta nonsense. I'm looking this up. Oh, it looks fine. It's look at it. Look, it's just sitting there smiling. I thought it was gonna look like the Majora's Mask moon or something. That's disappointing. DC, you got me all excited for some dumb creepypasta stuff, and it turns out it was just something that I could totally understand why a kid would be terrified of because they're kids, and I was terrified of the Duck Hunt dog. So I mean. What? It gets mad at you? Just violently disappointed. I'm trying to see if I can find it get upset. But right now I'm just getting, it's happy. No, he's stupid. Why isn't this player being stupid? How dare they be decent at a children's game? Come on. Comments are turned off because it's a kid's game. Ugh. I like how I completely stopped the stream just so I can look for creepy moon. Right? You've missed I remembered that my earliest memory is actually me being scared of the Duck Hunt dog. And also, I'm currently, there we go, looking for, apparently, yeah, the game did have no music. I'm looking for a bit from a game called
Alright, let me...
123 Sesame Street, or Sesame Street 123. Oh, it was made by Rare, jeez. And apparently it's got like a creepy moon
a straight
that gets...
face. Now look what happens when you pick the wrong number. Do you hear that music?
That's it?
What is it, like the end of the world? I mean, Christ. Give the kid a break.
I mean, yeah, I was scared of the Duck Hunt dog, so I'm on to talk. While we're on that, I also asked the group a question if they had what the first game they remember playing is. But also, moreover, another question is, do you have any moments in games that just scared the absolute daylights out of you when you were a kid and you're not sure why? For me, it was, in fact, the Duck Hunt dog. I don't know why that scared me so much. As for the first game I remember playing personally, Yoshi's Island. I think I said that once or twice before on the stream, but it was Yoshi's Island is the first game I ever remember playing on my own. Not long afterwards, I think it was the original Super Mario Brothers, or Super Mario World. It was one of the two. Maybe A Link to the Past? Okay, so all those games were around the same time. Relatively innocuous, but to a 2-year-old's mind, that may as well have been a civil defense siren. Yeah, because it's like... That's unpleasant. You think you're just going like a wah, 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 or something, which I know might not have been easy to do on the NES, but come on. They were rare. They could have figured it out. I mean, I know that they weren't exactly the legendary developer that they later become to be known as, but like, yeah. But yeah, so if anyone else has any early gaming memories, like the first thing they played and or something that terrified them and they don't know why as a kid in a game, let's go press back for keep on. Was the first game I remember playing. Oh dang, Milksteak, really? You're a youngin'. I probably already knew that. I forget everything. Oh, it's the Venom music. I was like, wait, what? Why is this playing now? That would be why. I don't know why it's placed here instead of where except around the time that they played the Venom Tunnel soundtrack, but whatever. Then again, I think... whatever. I'm trying to remember, like, think why they... Because this OST was arranged in a very strange kind of order. Superman 64, yes! People, fun fact, first game that Abyss can vividly remember playing is, in fact, Superman 64. We also found out that apparently that game has a multiplayer mode, which I didn't know for the longest time, and I thought, because I had read it somewhere, that only certain copies of the game came with multiplayer mode. Apparently that's not the case. Apparently they all did, so I don't know where that was coming from. But, like, really, would you think Superman 64 would have a multiplayer mode? Like, anyway. This video's comments got the right idea. I remember being creeped out by the vast emptiness of the houses, the pitch black sky, lows of the spaceship. It was like facing judgment with poor crews lives on the line, but I pulled this and the face completely cut from me. Help. Every time I was doing like, I thought we was going to get angry and angrier with every wrong answer and the isolated astronauts. So my phone had the microphone, the playing the part where the case was so called crafty and horror. You want to know what another moment that freaked me out as a kid was? The ending of Yoshi's Island. That boss. Giant Baby Bowser. It scared me. It legitimately scared me because it's like playing like this intense music and he's all covered in shadow and he's slowly walking towards you. It's unpleasant. It's like, damn, why would they make it like this? I mean, looking back at it now, it's super cool, but Yoshi's Island is like this super adorable, cuddly game, and then suddenly out of nowhere, jeez, relax. They wonder why I shied away from consoles and went over to handhelds. Pokemon Yall was the first decent game I ever played. I'm trying to remember the first handheld game I ever played was. It was probably like Pokemon Crystal or something. Like dinking around with Pokemon Crystal. The first handheld game I ever personally owned, not like my brothers or something, was Donald Duck going quackers on the Game Boy Advance when I got my Game Boy Advance from my dad as a very, very sudden present. As an aside, I should mention that my brother got a Game Boy Color instead, but he was perfectly fine with it because even back then he had like this love of 8-bit kind of games. So it really did not bother him at all that I got the more advanced game. And I mean, if he wanted to use it, you could use it, just like I could use this Game Boy Color, but it was still mine. So when I wanted to use it, it was mine. I think I still have that Game Boy Advance, I just don't know what happened to it. And it still works. I just prefer to play my Game Boy Advance games on, like, the SP or the DS. Pokemon Blue, it's not a bad one to start with. I mean, Pokemon Blue hasn't aged very well, but, like, you know. As the first game's not a bad place to start. I know I also played Super Mario Land really early in my life as well, but, like... Or... I see, now I'm having double takes on that, because, I think I played it when I was young, but not as young as when I got, like, Donald Duck Going Quackers. By the way, if any of you have played the Game Boy Advance version of Donald Duck Going Quackers, there's another thing that scared the pants off of me. That bear! That bear in World 1, I think it's level 4, that chases you. God dang it, what the hell? Like, it's nothing now, but when you're a little kid, this weirdly animated cartoon bear's running after you. I don't like that. Ugh. Also, the intro. The intro where, Murloc kidnaps Daisy. I don't like that either. Shaky cam, old-time CG, incredibly compressed because it was on a Game Boy Advance. No thanks. Pokemon Fire Red. Remember about SNES with a ton of games, we have appreciation for big consoles. I mean, the SNES is a good place to start. I mean, the SNES was my first console that I played. The SNES and the NES... Oh, frig, I did it again. Did it on the wrong layer. I don't even think I ever made a proper, like, second color layer. Ugh, whatever. Poop happens. I will adjust as needed. But the SNES and followed not long after by the NES, and then followed not long after that by the N64. So I had a whole, like, just swath of games available to me very early in my life. Mostly by donations, by my generous grandparents, and by accident. So, you know. Also, my would-have-been step family as well. So I got to play, like, the PlayStation, the N64, the SNES, the NES, all roughly around the same time. These days, Daisy can easily fend herself from Bowser. No. I mean Daisy as in Daisy Duck. Which, I mean, I'm sure she could probably give Murloc a word or two, but, you know, whatever. First note, Ghosts and Goblins. I quickly booted up Mario instead. God, you just had rotten luck, didn't you? Oh boy, I can't wait to play this more powerful version of what I have on my thing here. Jeez, God. My first game I can remember playing is Yoshi's Island. Yours was Superman 64 and Ghosts and Goblins. F's in the chat. F's in the chat for Abyss. Jeez. F. What F-worthy gaming moments does everyone have? I mean, you guys have watched my streams. Pretty much all of them, at one point or another, have had, like, an F-worthy moment. If I had to pick out one that sticks out to me from recent memory, it was that Fallout 4 mission, where, the game, like, it was the Jack Cabot Fallout 4 mission, like, the, that stuff, where the game just, nope, was not working. That made me very angry. I was not a happy Fen. My first game console was a PS2 when I was in first grade. Mainly played bad licensed games until I was in middle school. The first game console I was ever personally given and didn't have to share with my brothers was a GameCube, because at the time they were like $100, and my mom was like, you know what? We're splurging. We already got one of the boys a GameCube. Let's get the other 2 GameCubes as well. We already had our memory cards and some games, so she's like, you know what? GameCubes for everyone. And that was one of the greatest days of my life. I think it also was the day that began to really form my taste as a gamer, because I was like, what, 2002? Yeah. I think I mentioned this before, but I played an Attack of the Clones game where jump was the shoulder button. Does that count? You know what? I'm counting that because I know what that Attack of the Clones game is, and it is, yeah. I'm counting that as that worthy. It all turned out awesome when I got a GameCube. The special edition was Pokemon. Well, the GameCube does increase the awesome factor by like 200%. So, I mean, there you go. Mine's a little bit more personal. I asked my parents for battle tanks for N64 for my birthday one year. I got M1 Abrams battle tank for Genesis instead. I don't think I've ever been disappointed with a game that I got. I think it helps too that my mom wasn't a hardcore gamer or anything. She knew about games and whatnot. Another one of my really early gaming memories is watching her beat Sephiroth in Final Fantasy VII, because she still loves Final Fantasy. And I think that's kind of where my love of Final Fantasy kind of spurned from. Oh wow, the soundtrack's already over. Was from Final Fantasy, or was from watching her play Final Fantasy. And yeah, so she knew about games and things like that. She knew what games I liked. She knew that I liked Sonic and not like some bootleg, I don't know, Hummer the horse thing. No, she knew what I was into. My dad did as well, but I have a feeling it was more due to the fact that, we had the games and, Battle Tanks, great commercial or what? I've never seen the Battle Tanks commercial. I only owned Nintendo consoles until I moved in on my own and got a PS4. Yeah, more or less. Well, kind of. My first not Nintendo console that I owned, not like me and my brothers, because we both got a PS2. But the one that I owned, one that was completely my own, was an Xbox 360. My brother was still allowed to use it, but it was mine. It was explicitly bought for me. I don't remember what my brother got, that year, but it wasn't a game. It wasn't game related. It was like I think it was an exercise kit. I think it was like some barbells and things like that, because that's what he had asked for. And I got an Xbox 360 because at the time I wanted to get one, and I wasn't sure. Originally I was going to get a PS3 and I was going to try and save up for it, but the Xbox 360 was less expensive, and I just heard in general games on it tended to run better, so I ended up asking for an Xbox 360, despite the fact that, I grew up with a PS1 and a PS2. And I got it! And that was a really, really awesome Christmas, because I wasn't expecting it. I really wasn't expecting it. I was expecting I was going to have to buy it on my own. Not that I would have been able to save up the money, let's be real here, but, And for good and for ill, the Xbox 360, much like a lot of other games, much like when I got my GameCube, whatever, it kind of changed how I view gaming. It's really amazing what happens when you just step onto... Because before that, I had a Wii. That was a gift that before I had the Wii. That was my 7th generation console on games. And while I love the Wii, it clearly could not run every modern generation game. In fact, it couldn't run most of them because it was only roughly about 2 times the power of a GameCube. But the Xbox 360 opened my eyes to a whole new realm of games. Some more mature games, some games with more realistic detail and that sort of thing. And now I have a wider appreciation for those types of games than I ever did as a kid. Didn't play any M-rated games until I was 13. My first M-rated game was Dead Rising 1. My first M-rated game was a bootleg copy of Half-Life that my brother got it from a kid at school. I did think he was actually least partially responsible for why Steam is as popular as it is nowadays. Maybe. Want to hear something funny? My first M-rated game was Mortal Kombat 2 on the Super Nintendo. I was 6. My grandparents got it for us without knowing what it actually was. I don't ever recall playing any M-rated game. What are you talking about? Like, are you talking about nowadays? Because, like, I mean, Cyberpunk. Literally Cyberpunk. And a whole slew of other games that you've played. Fallout. Like, of course you've played M-rated games. Or do you mean when you were a kid? But it was Cyberpunk's the Fallout. Fallout 4. Red Dead Redemption. Skyrim. But you were saying when Cyberpunk was the only one. You're confusing me, Abyss. Anyway, we need music. I just realized that the music is not on right now. So, okay, I'm actually going to be right back. I have to use the restroom, so that's exciting. Alright, we're back. I didn't know those were M-rated. I'm a moron. I don't check. Yeah, but Cyberpunk didn't come out when you were a kid. I give up. I have no idea what's going on anymore. I'm just going to go back to finding music. Oh, you know what? Actually, I know what music I'm going to put on. I don't remember if I've played this before, but this game's a personal favorite of mine. This is Donkey Kong Country 3, which for some people is their least favorite entry in the series. I love this game. I always have. I probably always will. I actually kind of prefer it to 2, which kind of makes me, which I know is like sacrilege, because I know for most people like 2 is their favorite. But I don't know. I always found 2 to be a little janky at times. Largely in its presentation sometimes, like the menus and whatnot always look kind of big crushed and whatnot to me. They're all great games, though. Let's make that clear. I love the original Donkey Kong Country trilogy. My favorite is the first one. It's 1, then 3, then 2 for me. But they're all fantastic games, so I want to make it clear. I'm not saying that Donkey Kong Country 2 is a bad game, because I love it. I think it's great. I just prefer 3. I'm just one of those weird freaks who prefers 3. I like it when I can save a game without having to spend in-game currency, you know? And then there's Donkey Kong Country Returns. We don't talk about Donkey Kong Country Returns because I don't have good taste. So I always feel bad because like everyone like loves those games, and I'm just here like I thought they were perfectly mediocre. Do any of you have a game that's like that, where it's like you see people like endlessly praise it and like love it, and then when you actually sit down and play it, you're like, I don't get it. Like you can respect why people enjoy it, but you yourself just don't. Because I have a few of those, actually. I have quite a few of those, and I don't mean like that, like the hipstery kind of it's too mainstream kind of way. I mean like just you sit down, you gave it an honest shot, and you just can't with it. I think anyone who knows me should know, and who's watched the stream knows that my big game like that is Minecraft. I really tried. I really did try to play it. And it just wasn't clicking for me, and I just wasn't having fun. So I just, enough, you know, I just decided to stop playing because it wasn't fun to stream, and I have a feeling it wasn't terribly fun to watch, so Beyond that, I guess if I had to pick another one, it would probably be something like the Donkey Kong Country Returns games. I acknowledge those games because like for being well put together and whatnot, and being pretty and like having nice music, but I just never liked the gameplay mechanics as much. It always felt weird. It always felt floaty and kind of awkward. The Witcher 3 or Nier Automata. I have never played either of those games. I've heard good things. I'm curious about them. Basically everyone in my house loves Nier Automata, and I'm very curious about it, but I've never played any of the other Nier games. As for The Witcher, I own The Witcher 2 for Xbox 360. I never played it. It was originally a gift from my brother, and then I found out that he didn't have an Xbox 360. And so when I gave it to him, he's like, you know what, you can hold on this, dude. You can play it because it's a really damn good game. And I'm just like, all right. And I just never got around to playing it. And, you know, I'm almost like torn because from what I understand, the Switch port of Witcher 3, aside from being like uglier, apparently plays perfectly fine. So I'm actually curious about picking that one up because it's like, you know, at least having that on the go would be nice. But right now, I'm also trying to play through Devil May Cry 3 again, so, you know. Which, if you saw my Twitter post about it, damn, that game is hard. Like, I forgot how tough that game can be. I'm playing it on normal difficulty, and I suck. The Witcher 3 and Among Us for me. Here's the thing, I wasn't into Among Us when I first played it, because I played it on mobile, and it just does not work on mobile. I'm sorry, it's so funny to me that that game was made for mobile in mind, because when I played it, it just would not work. Like the activities you had to do, half the time they just would not take, and then I would lose, because I can't do the mini games and whatnot that I need to do. And I just wasn't having a good time. But then, when I played it on PC, I believe it was during one of Vermont's streams, I actually had a much better time. It was actually a lot more fun. I actually quite enjoy it. Is it something I think I would stream? Probably not. I don't think it works very well with my stream energy, I guess you could say. Because as you know, I like to talk. I like to never shut the hell up. And in Among Us, you kind of have to focus and, you know, not talk a lot of the time. But it's just, you know, I don't think that would be as much fun to watch. At least with me. Because I don't think that my energy would fit very well, honestly. I think what I might do is, if everyone is alright with it, I think I might run the stream late tonight. And I might finish up Corgi's emotes, and then I might move on to another commission. I might actually do yours, DC, because I want to get you an update. I should mention, DC's update does have the brand in it, but it's nothing suggestive. So, So if everyone's cool with me running the stream a bit late tonight, we could do that. If that doesn't sound like something you guys want, then we won't. But, you know. Frankly, if I'm going to be doing work, I might as well hang out with you guys, you know? The brand! Hey, T-Chep. Didn't know you're still here, my dude. Oh, also, just as an aside, just to remind people, if you want to ask me a question, feel free. Right now, we're kind of all just... I've mostly been asking the chat questions, which is fun, actually. I've been having a lot of fun doing this. It's nice to get to know you guys a little bit better. Middle of making dinner. And Among Us, because it's one of those social deduction games, a genre I've never been a fan of because I'm so bad at them. I actually ended up really enjoying it. I didn't think that I would because I didn't think that it would be something I would enjoy. But no, actually, I was surprised. It ended up winning me over. It was a lot of fun. It's hard, and I suck at it. But it's a fun kind of hard. And I'm okay with sucking at it because I suck at all video games. Witcher 3 reminds me too much of Skyrim, and so it annoys me that Witcher 3 isn't as open as a perch like Skyrim is. I've been That's actually a fair criticism. I do think that that's a highly subjective thing, but something being subjective does not necessarily mean it's invalid criticism. And I think that that's very interesting, because when I knew less about it, I felt a similar feeling about Dragon Age Inquisition. Largely because you start off in like a snowy area, and it's supposed to be like a vaguely kind of open world RPG with choice and consequence-y things, except it definitely plays up the role-playing way more than Skyrim does. Now I just realized I just don't really care for the Dragon Age, like, gameplay loop. But, like, you know. I had fun winning at Among Us. He's really good at Among Us, by the way. Abyss is really good at Among Us. The thing is that I'm good at, like, deducing things. I just always die. Like, I have a very good track record for figuring out who the imposters are and whatnot. But when it comes to actually just doing the things, I always die. So I very rarely actually get the opportunity to actually do the social deduction and whatnot. Most disappointing game I've ever played. There's a few of those, actually. You might be surprised to find out, by the way, that it is not, in fact, Sonic Forces. I'm gonna say the most disappointing game I ever played was Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, because I've been waiting so long for them to bring back Marvel vs. Capcom. And then they released this kind of ugly, kind of underwhelming, kind of just not very fun game. I don't really enjoy the gameplay loop either. It just doesn't feel as well as even MVC3. And I wasn't the hugest fan of that one either, but like at least mechanically that game is like really solid and has a nice presentation. I just feel like that MVC, like Marvel vs. Capcom, like Infinite, it just feels kind of janky to me, like going back and playing it. Like everyone says, oh, well, it actually plays great. Are you sure? Because I played it and it felt really janky. And it's not even for the reason you think. It's not because of the Infinity Stones. Just moving around felt janky and weird to me. Like, am I alone in that? Is that just me? I guess that's kind of my game that I don't like that other people... Oh, no, you know what? No, because other people don't like that game. Largely because it's ugly, but I could let go of it being ugly if at least it played well, but it doesn't really. It kind of feels lackluster. Like, it's weird to me that Tatsunoko vs. Capcom feels more like a proper Marvel vs. Capcom sequel than anything else. By the way, Tatsunoko vs. Capcom is a great game. You should totally check it out. Fortunately, it's never been re-released on anything, probably due to licensing issues. But, like, if you can get it running up on, like, if you get it, like, on the Wii, I don't think it's that expensive. I might be mistaken on that, but it's a damn good game. Way better than it probably has any right to be, honestly. Pokemon Sword disappointed me. Ugh, frig. Pokemon Sword makes me mad. The thing is, I wasn't that disappointed in it because I was going in with very low expectations. I mean, they still managed to completely miss all of them, but I was still going in with low expectations. But I just gotta say, you Pokemon fans, you guys are patient as hell. Us Sonic fans, we are not patient. We do not take that crap. But Pokemon fans are so patient. I feel so bad, because, like, I feel like you guys deserve a lot better. You're a very dedicated bunch. Like, Sonic fans, we do not take that crap. For good and for ill, admittedly. I don't like Sonic Colors because it's a comedy game. You know, stuff like that. You had no expectations and you were still disappointed. I didn't like it either. It didn't have Jill Valentine Resident Evil, and she's my fave. I mean, okay, the roster's alright. It had Mega Man, which I appreciate. I mean, it was X, but it was still closer to having actual Mega Man. It didn't have Roll, but I wasn't expecting Roll, and Roll's one of my mains from Marvel vs. Capcom 2 and Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, because I like playing bad characters in fighting games. Fun fact, one of my mains in Street Fighter 4 is Dan Hibiki. But, also, fun fact, when they announced Dan Hibiki for Street Fighter 5, I was legitimately, as DLC, I was legitimately super excited. I might actually play Street Fighter 5 again. I was gonna say a thing and it's gone. But, yeah, so, but, like, the rest of the roster just feels so, like, there's no X-Men. You have to pay for Venom. Like, come on. That's lame. It doesn't help that, yeah, it really does look ugly. Even God, they did Rocket so dirty. He looked so cute in MVC3, and then you play him in this, and he looks like a bad taxidermy. At least Venom looks cool. But again, you have to pay for him. You have to pay extra. Oh, but thank God they had what's his name, Nathan Spencer from the Bionic Commando reboot in it, right? Don't get Jill Valentine in there, but thank God they had Nathan Spencer. Wolverine Pshaw. And let's be real, we all know why there's no X-Men in that game. We all know why, because they didn't own the movie rights to X-Men, because Disney didn't own the rights to X-Men at the time. So they didn't want them in it. It was their petty way of getting Fox to keel over, and by not including X-Men anything. Hey, Watermelon! I realized that you are a new person, I think. I thought that was a DC Abide saying that. Bruh. I'm sorry, I thought when you said that your favorite was Jill, I thought that was DC, because you had the same color. Anyway, welcome to the stream. I believe you followed, didn't you? You're the fella who followed before the stream started. Thank you, yes you are. Thank you very much for the follow, Watermelon. I shouted you out earlier, but you weren't around. So anyway, yeah, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I don't know how familiar you are with my content, but I'm a variety streamer who does art and games. I tend to play a lot of The Sims and Fallout and Sonic Adventure 2. Those are kind of the three main games I play. I'm actually thinking of shaking up, though. I'm thinking of Okay, so guys, here's this kind of serious question I want to ask anyone who's watching. I might make this a Twitter poll. Would anyone bite my head off if I stopped doing The Sims for a while? Because I'm just not feeling it. Ooh. Could be me. My first Resident Evil game was 4. I don't know who Jill Valentine is. You don't know who Jill is? Huh. Like, I know that, like, obviously your first was 4, but, like, did you not follow up on the rest of the games? I mean, that's fair, but, you know, Jill's kind of, like, one of the faces of the games. I'm surprised. Ooh, what? What's up? But yeah, would you guys, like, kill me if I kind of stopped doing The Sims for a bit? Like, it wouldn't be forever. we'd be going back to it, but like not for a while because I kind of want to find another game to stream. No one bite your head off. I'd be fine with taking a break from The Sims. Watermelon, if you're not familiar, I've uploaded some of my previous streams to my YouTube. So if you want to check out The Sims, they're there too. I also put up the Fallout ones and whatnot, but I'm thinking of maybe trying to find another game to stream instead, so I don't have to do like The Sims for a while, because I'm kind of lost steam on the household, admittedly. I think I need to get some new expansions, because it kind of feels like we're just doing the same thing every stream. And I want the streams to be fun and exciting, and I want to not be bored, so... I know who Leon is in Wesker and Christy Willis. I also have a vague idea of who Ada is. Wait, so you don't know who Jill is, but you know who... Well, okay, yeah, you played Resident Evil 4. I guess it makes sense that you would know who Ada is. Okay, fair enough. And yes, Wesker. Okay, so I'm guessing you've only played 4. Wesker is one of the best characters in all of Resident Evil canon. Never has one character been so intimidating and so funny at the same time. Unintentionally funny, I should mention. Like, it's not like the Joker where you're supposed to, like... Where it's supposed to be, like, he's funny and scary at the same time, despite what a lot of bad directors will tell you. And writers. He is unintentionally hilarious, largely because DC Douglas is so good at being deliciously evil. DC Douglas being his voice actor. I've never played Resident Evil game in my life. I've never lots of games I never played. Well, if you like horror games, I think you'd enjoy... I don't know if you'd enjoy Resident Evil. Well, you know what? Maybe you would, because it takes on a bit more of a shooty, action-y slant. So that's fun. Even the actually kind of scary ones, like 7, or especially the remake of the first game, which is phenomenal. It's one of my favorite horror games ever. You might get a bit more of a... You might get a bit of more enjoyment out of it than you would, like, say, Silent Hill. I think you'd probably enjoy that a bit more, because it's a little bit more shooty, bang, bang. The fair warning, these games, especially the old ones, they are cheesy as hell. The voice acting in the original Resident Evil 1 is a sight to behold. Or, sounds to behold, I suppose. I have a question. What games have you never played that you'd really like to? You know what? I don't know. I'm gonna have to think on that one. That's a good question. I don't know. Because usually nowadays when I see a game I want to play, I pick it up. It is the thing. This is gonna be a really weird answer, and it's probably not the best answer, but I want to play pre-re-release Final Fantasy XIV. I want to see just how much of a train wreck that truly was, like in person, because I'm so curious about that. If you want to have fun playing Sims, don't play 4. Haha, got him! I enjoy 4 enough. I feel like a large part of the appeal for me has just been being able to mod it and things like that. I know the other Sims games are easy to mod, but they don't have the mods that I want, so it's like, eh. With that said, The Sims 4, I think it does have an issue with content. I feel like that even after a lot of the patches and whatnot, it just feels like that there isn't much to do in the grand scheme of things. And I think that kind of makes it a bit slow to play sometimes, which is a shame, because I really like the character creator options despite some issues, and I like the way it looks, I like the way your Sims interact, I like building the houses and things like that, but like when you get down to it, that's kind of just what it is. See, I think my thing about The Sims is I really wish you could, like, it was like The Sims on PS2 where you could control your Sim. I think that would help get me more invested. Because my favorite part about The Sims is just making the Sim, because I just love doing character creation and things like that. But, you know? Oh, you know what? No, a game I always really wanted to try out, but I never really got around to playing it. Darkstalkers. It's a series of fighting games that plays similarly to Street Fighter because it's made by Capcom, and you know, but it has like this great kind of gothy, kind of wacky gothy art style with a lot of really crazy looking characters, and I really want to try it sometime. I just never get around to it, you know? I just got Resident Evil 6 on PS4. I gotta say, it's the worst one to say. Resident Evil 6 is so bad. I'm sorry you had to experience that firsthand. That game is crap. Like, it's not even, like, fun as, like, an action game. Like, you could argue 5 is. I'd argue 5 is just kind of not a very good game, but that I'm apparently the minority on that one, so... But, like, 6 is just bad. Like, I just don't enjoy 6. I just think it's just a bad action flick with terrible fanfiction writing. It sucks. I don't like it. I sure hope you liked Ada's story, because it turned out it was a complete waste of time. RE games fit into that category for me. I should about the second and 3 remakes. Apparently they're on sale right now. Yeah, go right ahead. Fair warning, RE3 remake is very, very short. And it's not entirely indicative of the style of the original game. I mean, to be fair, they changed things about the 2 remake as well, but I feel like it does a better job kind of giving you a similar experience while still being its own thing. 3 almost feels like it's its own entity altogether. It's less of a remake, more of a reimagining, you know, or a reboot of it. It feels very different in a lot of areas. Like, there's this clock tower section in the original game, and it's one of the most iconic moments in the original game, and in the remake, you skip it. You don't go into the clock tower. You see the clock tower, you stand outside of it while you fight Nemesis during one part, but you don't actually go through it. And I didn't know that you didn't go through it, and I thought that was so weird. I was like, why did they get rid of that? That's so strange. It's not a bad game. It's good. It's very short, and it's definitely not indicative of the original game, which admittedly I also think is worse than Resident Evil 2, but it's still a good time, you know? That explain why it's... Yeah. With that said, the RE2 remake, I think 30 is a steal just for that game alone, because it's really damn good. I don't actually own that one yet. I really should, because it really is just that good, but like... You know? Again, it's one of those things where I always forget. And 0 is for $5. Yeah, I'd say 0's worth of at least $5. It's alright. It has quirks. Fair warning for that. But it has a lot of the great presentation of the Resident Evil 1 remake. And when you get past the train, it does get a lot better, but the train part does kind of go on for a while, and there is still some gameplay quirks about it that kind of... You know what? I'll let you figure it out for yourself if you decide to get it. Oh, you know what's another game I really want to play even though I never got around to it? Or, Jet Force Gemini on the N64. Because I love Rare. I love N64 era Rare, and I've played, like, a lot of their games. I played Banjo-Kazooie, I played Banjo-Tooie, I played Diddy Kong Racing, I played Donkey Kong, I played, Conker's Bad Fur Day, I played Perfect Dark, I played GoldenEye. I never played Jet Force Gemini. Or Gemini, however you want to pronounce it. I never played that game. I'm not even 100% sure what kind of game it is. I think it's like a third-person shooter. And I just never got around to playing it. And I'm just remembering it now. Apparently it's really good too, so, like... And considering that, like, you know, the standard of Rare games on the N64, like I said, Kazooie, Tooie, Conker's Bad Fur Day, Perfect Goddamn Dark, it's... By the way, you know what? By the way, I know that all we got was a CG trailer, but I am super stoked for that Perfect Dark reboot or remake or whatever it is that they're doing. Speaking of remakes, I'm getting worried for the state of Silent Hill. Okay, Watermelon, I'm gonna rip this Band-Aid off now. Silent Hill is dead. I don't think we're getting another one. Just like Metal Gear. And I hate it, because I adore Silent Hill. I don't think we're getting another one. I don't think we will, at least not as long as Konami is the way that it is and it keeps on going, which, you know, I fully believe that they will. I don't think that they will ever learn anything. I don't think we're gonna get another Silent Hill. And there's pachinko machines to build. Yeah. Yeah. Don't forget Castlevania with erotic violence, guys. It makes me so angry that so many awesome IPs are owned by Konami. It makes me so upset. Silent Hill, Contra, Bomberman, Metal Gear Solid, Castlevania. Sure can't wait for Contra Pachinko. What was that Contra game on the Switch that was like a really terrible twin-stick shooter? Was that Rogue Core? Yeah, this art of Corgi here, that's my mood relating to Konami games, because they've made so many awesome games. I think so. Bleh. Oh, Zone of the Enders, which I haven't really played a lot of, but I know a lot of people really like. There's other games I'm sure I'm forgetting. But yeah, I sure hope you guys like Castlevania Pachinko. I made myself sad by thinking about Castlevania Pachinko. But yeah, if you guys have any suggestions for games to stream, though, I'd appreciate some suggestions. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to play them, but I would appreciate some suggestions anyway. Hi, T-Chap! Welcome back! Okay, I keep putting off playing this because I wanted to stream it blind, but apparently I have to have a streaming setup to do that first. Yeah, I know. It's tragic. You have to actually set things up in order for things to work. I hate it. WB? What? What do you mean WB? What does that mean? Warner Brothers? Just play Shrek Extra Large. I don't have a way to stream GameCube games. I will in the future, but I don't have a way to play it. Because here's the thing, I absolutely will do a Shrek Extra Large stream at some point, but I want to find like a good incentive for it. Maybe I'll make it like a follower special or something. And I want to have like, oh, obviously I need a way to stream my GameCube games first. Oh, welcome back. Chip, how was Din Din? How was dinner? You want links for the video converters and capture we're using? Altogether it was like 30 USD. Can it stream GameCube games? Because if I can stream GameCube games and I can get it like set up over here, I can just grab one of the GameCubes and just do it that way, you know? Because then I'd be more than happy to like try and figure out a way to stream Shrek Extra Large or any other like given game that I feel like streaming on the GameCube. Like maybe I'll play through Thousand Year Door, or maybe I'll do some rounds of Melee, or I don't know, something. Because I love the GameCube, and if I can show off more, if I can be yet another another person on the internet who is a voice for the GameCube, then I don't know. I can't speak the English right now. Is Rimworld so because there are Fenix in it? Well, I mean, the hell was that? Oh my god, was that from this video? Oh my god, it was! Well, this person was recording the audio from the music, I guess. They left in a Windows sound from like Windows XP or something. Oh, that's funny. Good. Yeah. Oh, okay, well, if we could stream GameCube games, I mean, yeah, sure, send it my way. Like, after the stream. The good old days of recording by just holding an iPod to your speaker. I don't think that's what they did. I think they did use, like, a capture on an emulator or something. But with that said, I actually did that when I was young to listen to music because I didn't want to download it because I didn't want to accidentally download any viruses or anything. So I would hold my, get this. I would hold my microphone, my old cruddy like microphone up to the speaker, and I would record the music, and then I would put it onto my camera, which could hold music, and I would listen to it that way. The girl, Poppin! Welcome back, Poppin! Yeah, we're talking about games. Just stream Metal Gear Survive so it can be sad Metal Gear's owned by Konami. I don't want to give Konami money for crap like that. I refuse. Screw Konami and screw them ruining Metal Gear. I refuse. They shall not be receiving my patronage until they get their garbage together. Hashtag Konami lie. Ah! All of you get bird smell. Ah! So, what did you go off and do, pop in? What did you go off and do, burb? Ah, JK. What if you put your beak on mine? Unless... Boys! Boy, I will have none of that in this good Christian Minecraft server. Anyway, just a gentle reminder to folks watching that this is an AMA stream, so if you want to ask me questions, as long as that's not too horrifically personal, I'll be more than happy to answer. Try to keep it PG-13. But watch CM beat the poop out of TSM in League of Legends. Yay, I don't watch competitive League of Legends. I don't know who those people are. I don't even play League of Legends, but yes, Watermelon. And the butt can be yours if you subscribe. No, I'm joking. I mean, it can, but Let's... I don't like chilling. And I just realized that the phrasing of that was very inappropriate. I'm an adult. Don't poke the butt poppin'. You gotta take me out to dinner first. Oh, okay. Okay, what? Watermelon, you confused me, good sir. Or madam, I don't know. What are your preferred pronouns? If you hate yourself, you can stream Minecraft story mode. No, I don't feel like doing that, thank you very much. I mean, you know what? Maybe I wouldn't mind doing that as like a follower or like a subscriber goal, but I sure as hell wouldn't do that on my own. What would I like to stream? That's just it. I'm not sure. I was thinking of maybe doing like, because I got KO the Kangaroo a while back and I haven't touched it, so I'm thinking maybe I'll do that. I've never played those games and I've always been curious about them. And apparently 2 is like the best one, so maybe I'll check that out. I definitely want to stream the Thai games at some point, but now that the Thai 2 remaster is like coming to Switch, now I'm just wondering, you know, maybe I'll just play it on PC, I don't know. It might just be easier that way. I don't know. I'm not even sure if the Thai ones on stream are the remaster, because as much as I love those games, I haven't been following them the remasters very closely. So I have no idea. So I'm thinking maybe something like KO the Kangaroo. Something I can finish, you know? And it won't take that long. I will gotta take you to dinner. Oh, heck. If I take you out to dinner, where do you want me to take you? Oh, jeez, I don't know. Somewhere I can get pizza. I'm not picky. You do shading so perfectly, tell us your secrets. Honestly, multiply, turn down the opacity, never shade with black, and use a blending. You can use blending to just ever so slightly blend it. Admittedly, I don't feel like my shading is perfect, but, you know, that's just me. I know there are peeps out there who do think that my shading is good, and I don't want to tell them that they're wrong, so. Noted. Excellent. Do you do art, Watermelon? Yeah, on paper. Interesting. Also, depending, sometimes it could help to put on reflective lighting, though I'd recommend, like, hang on. Because sometimes, even when things are, like, there's, like, a core shadow, and then... Right? I'm explaining that very poorly, but sometimes things will have reflective lighting. I don't generally recommend doing it if you're going for a simple cartoony style. Sometimes I'll do it, but like it depends on how detailed the pic is supposed to be. So you take the lighter kind of shade and you put it where you think some reflective lighting might be. Like, say for instance, off the chin here, where it's reflecting from the shirt. So you very slightly put on some reflective lighting. I'm not doing a very good job of displaying it, so let's not... In fact, you could barely even see it. Maybe on the hair here or something, you know? This isn't a very good example. I don't think it looks great, but, you know. Do you draw a lot, or is it just mostly for fun? I mean, you can draw a lot for fun. I should probably rephrase. Do you do it professionally? Are you looking to do it professionally, or are you just looking to do it for fun? For fun? Oh, okay, fair enough. For fun is equally valid a reason. I might have to refine this. Oh my god, I might have to refine this sketch a bit because it's looking a little weird. So let's do another sketch over. All of these I've mostly just been using the base sketch for because they've been fine. Let's use a more refined sketch for this one. Because it looks a little weird. Do I have any, like, refs for hugs? Because I have refs. I just, I don't remember if I had a ref for a hug or if I just did it, like... I'm noob. Hey, noob is fine. We all start somewhere. Hell, I'd argue I'm still a noob. I think all artists are, well, not noobs, but definitely, there's always space to learn. But even I feel like I'm a noob, and I've been doing it for most of my life. So, you know, whatever. I technically do it professionally, but... So let's refine this sketch a bit, make it look a little less weird. You get paid for it, so yeah, professionally. You know, I had the opportunity to have my work put in a book once, and the book just never came out. And I'm really sad about that. And you want to know what's funny? It was a furry book. It was a novel. I could have had my work connected to a furry novel. I could have, at the very least. Maybe not a lot, but I could have got my foot through this for a couple of doors. Mostly for furry stuff, but it just never happened. Oh well. Apparently it was supposed to be a series too, so I would have been contracted for the entire series. I don't know how well it would have paid, but it would have been something, you know? I've always been curious about doing like covers and illustration work and that sort of thing, but I don't think I'm as familiar with life drawing, so it might not be for me anyway. I mean, I do life drawing, I'm rusty with it, because it's you know, I like drawing fuzzy animal people, damn it. So just a gentle reminder that if you want, you can ask me questions, and I will be happy to answer them to the best of my abilities. Just keep in mind that don't make them too terribly personal, and try and keep them PG-13. Oh, I gave snacks to Fenbot. Thank you, T-Chap. Yeah, I think I'm just more comfortable in my more cartoony kind of world. I just have more fun doing it. I think I know enough about rules where it's like, it's not that hard for me to break them, but I also feel like I could still use more work on it, but that requires doing life drawing. And while I can have fun doing life drawing, I prefer doing it in a group. I'm not a big fan of doing it on my own, you know? It's one of the few types of art where it really feels like I have more fun doing it with people than just on my own. That's not to say I can't enjoy doing other forms of art in groups, but like, you know how it is. I'm able to find enjoyment just doing art on my own, but when I'm trying to do life drawing alone, it just doesn't feel right. It feels like I should be in a class, you know? I blame school for that. My life drawing is very inconsistent. Sometimes it's actually quite good, and sometimes it's, I should show some of you guys some of my bad life drawing sometime. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun to kind of laugh at, you know? Unfortunately, I really do need to try and get a better handle on my life drawing, because if I don't, there's no way in hell I'm getting into animation. Which, yeah, by the way, I don't know if I brought this up before, but I have in fact applied once again to Algonquin College's animation program, so we'll see if I go through, and if we don't, then I'll just hate myself and decide that I'll never draw again. No, I'm joking. But I will probably be a little bit disappointed. But you know, that's life. That's life! That's what all the people say. was pretty decent. I was considering actually using some of mine for my portfolio script. I say go for it. Your life drawing got you in there once, and I thought it was pretty good, so... I think I've got some alright stuff I might be able to use, but there's not a lot of it. I think I might honestly just start my portfolio again from scratch. I don't really think that there's too much I can use that they would like, so... Because it's not just whether or not it's good, a lot of it's would the people running the program like it, is kind of the thing. That is unfortunately true. You kind of have to play to the biases of the program, and it kind of sucks. It's kind of like applying for a job, really. Particularly your hands and feet. Oh my god, I have a lot of work to do in my hand. My feet are alright, but I have a lot of work to do on my hands. It feels like I've drawn so many of them, and yet it feels like every time I go to draw a hand, I forget everything that I know. Even if I use my own hand as a reference, I have a picture. Pardon me, you can do life drawing together sometimes if you like doing it in groups. I would not mind that, Abyss. I would not mind that at all. Excuse me for yawning. I feel like I should go back to doing daily life drawing like a program. The thing about that is that I keep trying to get into the mood of doing that, and I just don't, you know, like... I wish I could... Here's the thing. I wish I could, like, get in there almost, like, almost completely on my furry, or... Because this actually looks pretty good. Like, here's the thing. I'm not... Okay, well, I actually do have to fix something. I'm not normally one to compliment my own work because I have severe, like, issues with my own self-image, but these look pretty alright. They look clean. They look cute. You know, they look okay. Particularly this one. I really like how this one came out. Star Wars one's okay. This one is cute and expressive, but some of the shading could... I might go back and touch up some of the shading. This one's alright. This one's cute, but I really like how this one came out. Looks great. Oh, thank you, T-Chap. It really did help me. It helped my art a lot too. Here's the thing, life drawing, regardless of your style, it's a benefit. It's something that you should, that it is a benefit. But it's just about getting in the mood to do it. Ugh. Like, I know that there's like tricks to make it more fun. Like something that a lot of artists do is when they're done, it's like when they're doing like gestures, when they're done with them, they'll change them into something else, or they'll put them in like an action scene or something. But it's just getting the motivation to do it. It's just a pain in the ass. Yeah, you see, Choco agrees. Yeah. I also been wanting to do my daily sketches again because it'll give me so much padding for my portfolio. Yeah, maybe I should start doing that because that and I don't post enough onto my Twitter is the thing, or anything, and I worry sometimes that I'm not giving folks who follow enough content. You know, it doesn't help that again I'm often really busy doing work, so you know. Like, just the fact I'm going to be able to get this commission off my chest is going to be, at the very least, it's going to be a huge relief, because it's going to be like, oh, thank God. Because I have, do I have a lot to do. I feel like my Twitter lacks in content. I kind of do. Here's the thing. I actually do have a bunch of loose sketches I could probably post to my Twitter. It's just kind of a case of would that be like enough, you know? So just a gentle reminder, folks, that if you want to help support the stream, you can subscribe or you can donate to me via either Ko-fi, the link can be seen on the screen, or you can donate to my Streamlabs. Donations, no matter how small, help a lot and keep the stream going, as well as helping me eat. Especially when I'm working on commissions and I have to close my queue because I have so many. You can also shoot bits at me, which is a fun way of also donating, and it will also get you on the leaderboard that's above the chat. On top of that, you can also gift subs, which will also get you onto a separate leaderboard, which is also above the chat. If you want to see which ones are which, you just press the little arrows on the side there. I'd like to see more of the rough sketches. I think they would be neat. True, but the Twitter algorithm monsters do not like sketches. Hey Shawnee, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're running a little bit later than normal today because I have a bunch of work I want to do, so you guys get a little bit of extra stream. Lucky yous. Gonna draw. Very nice. Also, I just realized it's like 9:45. Jeez. Hope you're all doing well. We also hope you are doing well, friend. Yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm getting a bit sleepy, though. But then again, I'm always sleepy. Like, I feel like I'm always sleepy lately. Cute facial shot. Thank you. So, just to let you know, Shawnee, now that you're here, feel free to ask a question or two, because today's stream, much like last art stream, is a AMA, which means that if you have a question, you can feel free to ask. Just make sure it's not terribly personal, but I trust y'all. Oh yeah, for sure. I think this is just how I'm going to do art streams from now on. I'm just going to let people ask questions. Again, I think it's a little bit more interesting this way. Admittedly, by the time we get to like a couple hours in, the questions do start to slow down, but that's just how it is, yo. At least based on my observation so far. For all I know, next time I do this, it might be like, I don't know, a question every 2 minutes. I haven't drawn in a while. I've been prepping D&D stuff as of late. Well, I mean, that's fair. And, I mean, D&D is a good thing to spend your energy on. It's a lot of fun. Are you excited for the Cuphead TV? Do you like Cuphead? If so, are you excited for the TV series? I like Cuphead. That game makes me want to rip out my hair. It's very well programmed. It's a lot of fun, but it's very, 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 very hard, and I suck at it. As for am I excited for the TV series? Dunno. We haven't seen a lot of it. I think the animation looks really nice, but I'm not really like, I can't really give a good idea of it otherwise, because it might look really nice, and then it might just suck. Like, I'm gonna wait and see. Who's my favorite CDI character? Oh, King Arcanian. Like, King Arcanian. He's like the OG, man. I know Morshu lately has been getting a big following, and good for him. I'm glad. I'm glad that Morshu is getting another chance in the spotlight, but especially that I don't know if you guys have seen this, but somebody made like the guy who made like I think it's called like Homer Loses It or something. That Simpsons short with like the gritty, like realistic kind of animation. They did something like that for the Morshu cutscenes from the Faces of Evil. And they said Morshu with RTX. And it is disturbing, but very well animated. But my favorite has always been and always will be King Harkinian. The greatest king that Hyrule ever had. Close seconds are Morshu, of course, Gwonam, the Carpet Man, and of course CDI Ganon. Because after all, any character whose most famous quote is just the word die at least has something for him. You know? Of course, each of the Zelda CDI characters I think are weird and special in their own way. Somehow. Well, I mean, those games are special to me in how terrible they are, but they are special to me. I don't even remember this track. Oh, Rocket Run, that's okay. It's one of those. What do you want for Breath of the Wild 2? I would like proper towns, a crafting system that allows us to repair our weapons, and the ability to play as Zelda. Beyond that, you don't gotta change much. I think the different ability, obviously some basic stuff like some new, Sheikah Slate weapons and things like that. More involvement from the new Guardians, things like that. But I think that for the most part, I think that just as long as they keep doing what they're doing and just improving on it, I think for now I'm fine. Especially since it's a direct follow-up to Breath of the Wild. So if there are elements of it that are a little bit samey, I'm okay with it. I am liking what little we saw of where they're going tonally, because it looks like it's going to be far darker. And I'm down for that. It seems like that's kind of the running trend with Zelda sequels, where they're just a lot darker than the first ones. Majora's Mask, anyway. Have I played Among Us yet? I have! I originally played it on mobile, and I didn't like it. Even I thought it was janky and it didn't work right, which is so funny to me because it was originally made for mobile. But then I played it on PC on, I believe it was during one of, it might have been one of Vermont's, or it was, I think it was, I said Vermont, I think it was one of Hama's streams, actually. And it was good. It was a lot of fun. I actually ended up really enjoying it, and I didn't think that I would. I actually prefer the heart there, so that's where we're putting it instead of there. Also, I just realized I missed milk steak with the octopus, the dabbing octopus. I know that's not actually what it's doing, but let's dabbing octopus. Let's be real. Roboctopus, if you will. Excuse me. Oh no, Midnight Abyss with the what did I call it? The Mectopus? Roboctopus? I don't even remember what I called it. Cyborgtopus? I don't know. That gives me an idea for a game you can stream if you hate yourself. Octodad Dadliest Catch. I actually think I own that game. I would not mind streaming that. The Holy Dorito. I mean, we are talking about gaming, so I mean, maybe that would be bad. Maybe I'll put it to a poll, and that could be one of the things that I put. Cause I wouldn't mind streaming something like that. Octodad Deadliest Cats. That game is, I mean, I don't know if I'd finish it, but that game is dumb and silly, and it could be a lot of fun to just sit my ass down and play. Oh, I wonder why is the music so evil sounding? Like, oh, we're at the bonus world map. That's why. Sorry for going quiet here, folks. If anyone's got any questions, feel free to pipe in with them. Mostly because in this moment, I can't think of what to talk about. That's just how I be, yo. I'll be like, yeah, I can't wait to stream, and then when I actually start streaming, I have nothing to talk about, because I'm just that kind of guy. I never have anything to actually talk about. Unless it's really boring, oddly specific stuff that only I care about. And even then, right now, I don't have any of that on my mind. So... I should probably knock it off with the self-deprecating jokes. I imagine they get old after a while. Jesus, that actually scared me. The music was so quiet and they're saying, wow! You can actually kind of hear a bit of the, like, GoldenEye in this. Like, maybe that's just me, but, like, you kind of hear a bit of the GoldenEye in this. Like, two different systems, I know, but... The Owen Wilson song. Wow. Oh, because it's going, wow. Wow! Oh, hey, GK. I'm just gonna blow up your island. Wow! Oh, hey, Dixie Kong. I just turned Diddy and Donkey into a robot. Wow! Oh, that's great. Wow! Wow! Oh, that's too good. I'm never gonna be able to listen to that song the same way ever again, because every time it comes on, I'm gonna be like, Owen Wilson. Wow! Oh, that is so good. Oh, that's so funny. I know I'm going on about that, but like it's something I never thought about. But anyway. Excuse me. So we're almost done Corgi stickers, so that's good. Woo. Oh, I accidentally colored him in oh, that's embarrassing. Alright, whatever. It doesn't particularly matter, so 9 at. I don't know what that means. Oh, I accidentally mashed my phone's keyboard. I don't know why Baddies Parade is on here twice. After I'm done this sticker, I might take like a short break just to kind of like get up, stretch, maybe go get a snack, you know. So if people don't mind me doing that, I might go and do that just to kind of, you know, freshen up a bit. I'm assuming y'all would be fine with it. If not, I'm gonna do it anyway. Fair enough. Should probably make dinner myself. Okay, well just don't leave for too long, because once we're done this, I wanted to start working on your comm. And I don't want to miss that. I don't want you to miss that. So yeah, running the stream, like I said earlier, running the stream a little bit long today. Okie doke artichoke. Might also just be good to give everyone some time to just get up and like stretch their legs. The stream will still be online, but I don't know, I'll pull on like some filler music or something and oh, I guess it's part 2. Hang on, is that no, don't add to watch later. Hang on. Okay, so yeah, they're both the same. Alright. Oh boy, the last song in the track is the game over music! Isn't that charming? You know what I'm gonna put on next, actually? This is gonna be kind of weird, but, have any of you guys ever listened to the soundtrack for the GBA version of Donkey Kong Country 3? Because it's not the same music! They changed the music for reasons I don't entirely understand. Maybe it was licensing issues, I don't know. But they changed the soundtrack, and it's a very different soundtrack, but it's actually not terrible. I mean, the actual audio quality itself is kind of garbage because it came off the GBA speakers, but like when it comes to the actual like music, it's not too bad, other than 1 or 2 tracks. But you know, we'll get to it. So I'm gonna throw that on for a bit, just because I kind of feel like it, you know. Hold on, I want to find if I can find it in order. There we go. So yeah, this is already very different. This song right here, it's the file select music / the music for like the Stilt Village levels. You know, it's a very, very different soundtrack. It's actually debatably even more atmospheric. It sounds less like DKC and more like an adventure, more like a dramatic adventure game where you're losing a lot of stuff. Yeah, a bit. I mean, there's gonna be 1 or 2 tracks that suddenly pick up the doof, but like make them a bit more doofy. But I mean, to be fair to DKC, the music in those games has always been fairly heavily atmospheric too. Just not quite like this kind of atmospheric. You know if that makes sense? It's a lot more atmospheric than DKC 3s, I'd say. I never played this growing up. I kind of stumbled across this music by accident, and it's so weird because it's not the same thing at all. Here again, finished hanging out with friends, and now I'm back at your dorm doing landry. Oh boy, landry, isn't that everyone's favorite activity? Welcome back, Popping. Garfield 3166, thanks for the follow. Hello! Welcome to the stream. If you're unfamiliar, I'm Dr. Josh Fox. I mostly focus on art and games, but in general, we have variety here, you know. I'm a variety streamer. I do both art and games. We are happy to have you aboard. Welcome to the Fox Den. Kick up your feet and relax. You know, I used to have a big fan. I used to have a fancy intro, and that was basically it. I kind of stopped doing it. I really need to remember to do it because it was a pretty good intro. Not intro. Welcome. Thank you. I don't know what you'd call that, but you know, it was better than whatever rambling nonsense I just did there. So yeah, welcome to the Fox Den. Kick up your feet and relax. Garfield 3166. Garfield, are you named after the? Yo, what's poppin'? Gifted a tier 1 sub to Garfield 3166, meaning that in total he's gifted 29 subs. Jeez. And he's also #1 at our gift sub leaderboard. Now stay forever! Thank you very much, Poppin. Gift subs like that help keep the stream afloat. Garfield, you now have access to a bunch of emotes. Some of them won't be available because it's just a tier 1 level, but most of them are. Now this sounds more like Donkey Kong Country music. I never played this growing up, but my brother had it, I think. But I only stumbled across the soundtrack by accident one day. I already knew that the soundtrack was different, but, you know. Butts everywhere. Hey, I always appreciate new folks coming in, so... For the record, for anyone new who's watching, we do, in fact, have a Discord where you can see when streams are announced. You can find when I upload new stuff to my YouTube and things like that. And just in general, all these awesome people are here, and we're all having a good time, and we'd love to have you around, so... Join the Discord, or else. Hey, it's Stream Dr. Doc! How you doing, my fellow PhD in animalness? Quack! Or would yours be Koof? Because you're part dog. Yeah, I like that. Koof! Quark! That's also good. And yes, Fenbot, thank you for reminding people that they could donate to my Streamlabs. You'll get a cute little notification when you do it, and you'll be helping me to, you know, live. I'll also personally give you a shout out, so that's exciting. I am drawing some emotes for my friend Corgi, otherwise known as Cosmic Void Mage. She was actually on stream watching earlier, but I have these emotes I'm doing for her, and I'm just getting them done now. And after this, I'm going to be taking a quick break, and then I'm going to be coming back to work on DC Abides commissions. I hope he's still watching by the time I'm back. I shouldn't take too long. I'm more just concerned about it, like, in hindsight, you know? Yeah, Poppin', it's a fairly long stream today because I have a lot of work I need to do, and if I'm gonna at least work on comms, I want to stream myself doing it, you know? I probably won't be on for too much longer when I come back from the break, but I do want to at least get a little bit of work done on DC's emotes. And even after that, I'm not done work. I still have Foxtails assets to make, because I want to get that video out soon. Because the script is done, I just need to record it, do the assets, and edit the video. There's not many assets, so because a lot of it is screen caps from something. So it's not as big a worry, but there's definitely still assets that I need to do, and I need to get that done, you know, soon. Just woke up. Sleepy dog. Sleepy dog. $4 a.m. Oh, yeah, it's pretty early over where you are. Just stream the whole time you work, easy content. I would, but A, I'm gonna be too tired, and I'm gonna be like super boring. And B, remember, I do have to archive all of this. Oh wow, that was a great piece of music. It was just a looping drum sample. Excuse me. Okay, so that's, oh yeah, no, it's just fairly light. That's, hang on, I think I said I wanted to go back and fix something about this, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, you know what? I think I know what it is. Hang Wanted to make these a little bit softer. Okay, and that's the whole set of emotes done. Jeez, whew. This took way longer than I was expecting it to. And that's the whole set of emotes done, though. I'm going to, edit them into the individual files to send her at post-stream. Woo! So with that said, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go on break. And, so I can go stretch. And, you know, just not die. You know? That's exciting. Yeah, so I can, like, stretch, rest, that sort of thing. Let me just put on some, go to the bathroom, stretch, go to snack. Thank you very much. Actually, let's put on the Kazooie version. It's a little bit more levity. Alright, folks, I'll be right back. And we are back. Let me just pop that open, get this emote down, and we can get back to work. So I don't know how much longer exactly we're going to be streaming for, but we'll see. I want to work a bit on DC's commission. I hope they're still watching. I might want to make this a bit bigger so the actual drawing has... Well, and then again, it's like 6. I think that'll be fine. Oh, I guess the best way to find out, actually, is if we just... hang on. So, yeah, like I said, it contains the brand registered trademark. So, you know. But nothing not safe for work. Oh, yeah, no, it's fine. Nothing not safe for work, though, so don't worry. It's just the brand. So what we're going to do is we're going to start iterating on this background. I should play some music. Oh, wow. Got 12 viewers. Again, try not to focus on the direct numbers, but I was actually expecting less viewers when I came back. Box do with drinking. Actually, while we're on that, I'm actually going to, Oh, it does appear that we're starting to raise up and skip frames, though. Not too much, but I'm going to be keeping an eye on that. That reference image. Which one? This one or this one? They're both amazing, aren't they? As you can see, I didn't do exactly the same poses for both of them. It was more just to get the general feel. Okay, seems like it's evened out a bit. Alright, cool. No, never mind. Yay! It looks like the dropping frames. I mean, it's not, like, terrible or anything, but I'm keeping an eye on it just in case, because it never starts terrible. then things go a little bit AWOL. But yeah, don't they just like exude such like just terrifying power though? It is an underwear party, in fact. You see, DC Abides told me to draw whatever I wanted for the commission, but I wanted to include one of his characters anyway. So I drew his whale character, who can be seen here, Jeff, as well as a character I haven't drawn, one of my characters I haven't drawn in a long time. This cutie right here. This giraffe, whose name is escaping me. I remember DC saying that he really liked that character. In fact, that picture that I have of him as a reference, Lex, his name is Lex, is from a commission that I did for him a couple years ago. So I figured this was kind of a nice compromise, you know? Where it's still like a drawing that like it's me doing whatever I want because that's what he asked me to do, but it still contains his character, you know? Giraffe. Yes, I love giraffes. Giraffes are good. You know what? I kind of don't like how those look. I might just go with the regular, like just circles that I was going with before, where they're just kind of little circular balls of light. Sure, it's not as accurate, but it's a cartoon. Who cares? Hello, Noel DeFloof. Noel DeFloof, rather. Welcome to the stream. You seem like a new face. I hope you enjoy your stay. We got a lot of new faces today, actually. Not that I'm complaining. I love new faces. Just sitting here working on some commissions. Excuse me. Yeah. So what brought you down to my neck of the woods, or our neck of the woods, I suppose? Is a place? I don't know. Well, we're glad to have you regardless. Feel free to kick up your feet and relax. We're just sitting here listening to this. Was feeling like drawing knees. That is fair. I hope that I can provide inspiration, and if not, well, at least I tried! We're just sitting here, hanging out as I work on this commission, listening to the dulcet, sweet tones of Donkey Kong Country 3 on GBA, because that's a thing that happened. When I think about it, I suck, but hey, yeah, exactly, that's what practice is for. And, you know, I think as artists, we both miss our own problems, but are also our own worst critics. You know? either way, I hope that this stream provides you the inspiration that you need. And if it doesn't, well, sorry. By the way, this is also an AMA stream, so if you have any questions or anything, feel free to ask. I do enjoy the questions. What? It does. It's a surprisingly nice little. I mean, not every song. We will hear some later that are herm, but some of them are pretty good. You know what? I might actually make this like Fabric instead. Nail it up, but make it like Fabric. Just for the sake of doing something different than just the usual generic poster. Case in point. This sort of fart music that I think is meant to sound like polka, but just kind of sounds like farts. I like how Stream Dr. Duck just keeps spamming emotes. Is one of them like human-colored Pepe? That's kind of what that looks like. I like how it got all dark and ominous. Like, Jesus. I know how I can practice. Draw different parts of a drawing so I can get better at each one, then I can see how you piece them together. If that's, well, yeah, I mean, it is a good thing to practice individual parts of a drawing and get kind of a different feel for each of them. Particularly, you know, just take a sheet and just draw a bunch of the same thing over. Do that with stuff you're having difficulty with. I seriously can't get over the tonal dissonance of this song. Where there's like parts of it that are like, and then some of it's just like evil, like atmospheric kind of like, I can't get over that. That's so funny to me. Hey, Kaze donated $10 and says, ah! Pop in. Boxer briefs are underwear. Pardon me? Welcome in, Kaze. We're really happy to see you. I know you had a bit of a day, so feel free to come in and hang out. So you know what? Yeah, and Abyss is right. Excuse me. Abyss is right. Google hands it all the first 50 results. Or alternatively, just take pictures of your hands. Just make sure that they're good resolution. Don't look like garbage. Oh My god, how long is this going on for? Why is it like mostly just noise and then every now and again it... There we go, jeez! Hey, Nelda Floof, thank you very much for following! Yes, Poppin. Boxer briefs are underwear. They go under your wear. They are underwear. No different than regular boxers or briefs or a number of other ones I'm not sure I should say on the stream. Not feeling good? Yeah, no. Oh, DC, funny that you're here. Yes, and I love wearing the... Oh, Choco, oh no. But DC, we're actually working on your commission right now. I'm just tightening up the background. That makes sense. I'm sorry you're not feeling great, Kaze, but I'm glad you can make it for the stream. The stream's going a little later tonight because I wanted to spend time working on commissions and whatnot. I don't know for how long, but for a while. Very excellent. I am glad, yes. Poppin, how did you not realize that? I don't understand, Poppin. I don't understand. Like, what did you think underwear meant? Alright, well, hang on. Hey! It's Tex! Has resubscribed for 4 months. Is that a fox trying? It is, yes. Thank you very much. Every single subscription helps me live a little bit more, especially when I don't have my queue open. Don't make me do something crazy. And what? What are you gonna do, Poppin? What are you gonna do? A cute penguin? I'm not cute, lies. It's literally true though. Penguins are adorable. Especially to Poppin. How you doing, Tex? Thank you very much for the sub. Resub, I guess, actually would be more accurate. But, you know, whatevs. You are cute. And I'm doing good. Why did the music just suddenly stop? Did it not have like a proper conclusion? The rest of the music has. What about that track, which is like, no, make it end. It's just, I don't want to listen to it anymore. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good, Tex. We're running the stream a little bit later than normal. BRB. Okay, see you in a hot minute. Drop it. Ugh. Excuse me. Oh, and just to let folks who have come in know, oh, wow, 15 viewers. Just to let folks who have just come in know, this is an AMA stream, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask away. Just make sure that they're safe for work, and if they're a bit too personal, I do reserve the right to not answer them. But hey, you know, still ask. Oh yeah, by the way, this music right here, the super happy music, you're being chased by a giant saw through a tree. Just keep that in mind. Kaze, you are a cutie. Of course, you didn't need to redeem that in order for me to tell you that. That's just true. Then again, that's true with all of yous. In fact, everyone would say that Kaze is a cutie. Kaze had a rough day today, and I want to make sure that they're feeling better. Mostly because of their craptacular job. And I know that they work tomorrow as well, so let's, and I think on Monday they start classes again. So let's get some of that positivity that our little group is so well known for. Mind Kaze, why they're a great person. Kaze's a great person because I found more than anything they care so much about others. Without getting too much into detail, a mutual friend of ours was going through a bit of a crisis, and the whole time he was more concerned about their well-being than his own the entire time the way through. And they rather. And I think that just the fact that given the situation, without going too much into detail, it would have been very easy to fall into the trap of being more concerned about your own well-being, but they didn't do that. To say nothing of how they're very supportive of my work and things like that. Kaze is a great dear friend, and they're a cutie. And also, they composed the Foxtails theme music, which if you haven't heard yet is sublime. Both the intro and the outro. You are the cutie. Yeah, exactly. So shout out to Kaze. I mean, you didn't have to make me cry, but okay! You better be happy crying, mister, or else I'm gonna mail myself over to your house. I'm gonna give you so many hugs. Oh, a little heart there. Excuse me. So many hearts. Aw. Such a loving bunch. I don't know what to make this last object here. We'll make it another wig. Why not? Let's make it another wig. The butt. The fox's butt isn't really like a heart. It's more like a... It's more like a circle. It's just kind of a circle. Disappointing circle. No you. No you, Poppin'. No you. Also, welcome back. You are the cutie bean. You know, like a kidney bean? Prove it! I don't think I need to prove it. I think you're doing it yourself, being like, no, I'm not cute. Meh. Well, that's because I found out about that thing we were talking about a few days ago, but I can't explain it here. Oh, no! Should I be concerned? I'm not the, but you are, and the more you deny it, the more obvious it is. Guys, can you hear the music all right? Okay, cool. Oh, that. Yeah. Like that. Only mods can use that feature, just to be safe. Wait, why are we using that face? Did I do something bad? Anxiety. Ah! Did I do something wrong? If so, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do anything wrong. Okay. No, no, it's not that. It's just I don't know. I only really see that emote used in the context of like I don't know, like owning people and things like that. So I was worried I said something dumb, and that was like I don't know. Sorry, I'm an anxious mess of a man. Don't judge me. Excuse me. I just realized some of this instrumentation is based on like some of the notes and whatnot are based on like the melodies are based on a Minecart Madness. That's interesting. Oh, what? Why are we awing? What? Did I? Why are we awing? Yeah, why are we awing? I'm so confused. Oh, okay. Hey, my anxiety is a serious issue, which is why I make fun of it all the time in my YouTube videos. Wait. By the way, Loki, best track in this port. The water music, it's basically a giant callback to the water music from the original DKC, but it still manages to kind of have like its own sound. I love it. Oh no, milk steak! Milk steak, no, this is a Christian Minecraft server. See you later, watermelon. You know, I'm not gonna have that. It's unnecessary. Bye-bye! Thank you for popping in. And if you enjoyed this, don't forget to follow the Discord. Link is in the chat. See you around! Wait, I sounded like Roz? When did I sound like Roz? Always watching! Always watching, Wazowski. Always watching. That actually hurt my throat. This is why I never able to make it into voice acting. my throat hurts too easily. Oh. Bob Saget. Alright. No voice chat in your Discord? There's voice chats in the Discord. There's but only really like a general one. Yeah, I could add that, but fair warning on that. I'm probably not gonna be all that active in them. I don't really like doing voice calls or voice chat or anything like that. It makes me uncomfortable. However, if other people would like that, I'd be more than happy to implement it. I just don't expect me to get a lot of use out of it. It'll mostly be for you guys to talk amongst yourselves. Really? That's odd. There's supposed to be a general voice chat. That's unusual. There's supposed to be one. It says it on my... Hey! Corgi! Thank you very much for rating. We, by the way, we finished your emotes. Huh, that's odd. Hang on. I'm gonna check, because there's supposed to be one. Huh. Okay, there's one now. It's just general voice chat. So, have fun with that. I'm probably not gonna make tons of use out of it. Like I said, I don't like voice chat. So, is it set to private? Shouldn't be. But there, voice chat. Woo! Alright, we're gonna start working on the line art for this environment. Is it separate to the role? Still can't see. Discord. Okay, just give me a mo, folks, but I might wait until the stream is done just because I'm kind of trying to work, you know? Okay, it should be there now. It should be there now. Okay, excellent. Again, I'm probably never gonna get any use out of it, so I might have to start actually getting some proper mods for the Discord, because, yeah. Because I am not a voice chat person. Never have been, probably never will be. Like, not even, like, the phone. Like, not even on, like, the phone. I hate talking on the phone. It just makes me feel so uncomfortable. Hey! Stream Dr. Duck! Thank you for the subscription! Thank you for opening your heart and subscribing. Every little subscription goes a long way. Every little donation goes a long way. Helps me keep eating and helps me not starve to death. So it's very much appreciated. Slightly morbid, I apologize. Still working on that. But I kind of like the open your heart one, so I might go with that from now on. I'm not a voice chat person. Been streaming solo for months. Well, I mean, I'm streaming solo because I'm on my own. I could just, you know, I'm not interacting with a bunch of different people's voices and getting, like, sensory overload or anything, you know? Hello! To you and Vermont. Oh my god, so many butts. What have I done? So many butts. What is this, ButtCon? If I ever make a convention, we're gonna call it ButtCon, yo. And I think I got a Facebook message, and it was a very loud one. Alright! Good night, Milksteak. Take care. I'm basically gonna keep going probably until... I honestly don't know. I might keep going until I finish up the line work here. Maybe color a bit of the background. We'll see. Cause, oh boy. I'm starting to get sleepy and I still have assets to work on yet, so... What is this? Oh, nuts and bolts. Okay, it's the factory level. Yeah, not as good as the OG factory level, not gonna lie. See you around, Milkstick. Thanks for hanging out. Crud. Hey, Sahama! Listen to what? Should I be concerned, Sahama? What am I listening to? Sahama, I don't understand. What am I listening to? I am listening! Okay, now I'm just getting anxious. What's happening? I am trying to wait! Jesus! Holy hell! Raid from Lupus A. Volts. Thank you very much for the raid. And oh my god, Sahama, that scared me. Hello, new people! Whoa! Noah Fell, thank you for the follow! Hello, new people! I'm gonna pause the music for a second. As well, thank you for the follow! Also, it didn't update for some reason. It's still saying null de floof. I don't know what that's about. Oh, I think this part might be broken. I might have to take a look at it. But hey, Alex and Fallen Kitty, thank you for the follow! Holy poop, that is a lot of people! Thank you all so much for the raid and for the follow. I believe the raid was from... it didn't give me a notification because Twitch is a jerk. Hey, Quan Chazar! Thank you very much for the follow. And the host! Very much appreciated. Yeah, it didn't say who... yeah. Okay, so Lupus A. Volps, thank you very much for the, yeah. Thank you very much, Lupus A. Volps, for the, raid, and all of these people, like, subscribe, like, following and donating and all that good stuff. Or not donating. Hosting and all that stuff. What were you playing? Thank you very much, Sahama. That helps a ton. Thank you very much, Quest the Fox, for hosting the stream. Whoa! Horror, then VR chat, then Super Animal Royale. I have no idea why the thing isn't updating, putting the newest names after, I think it might be delayed or something. Huh, that's unfortunate. Oh, well. Lupus, and Venmar, and Quest are a couple. Yeah, are a couple. Aww. Oh, no. Hang on. Where is my pointer? Okay, thank you. Jeez. Okay. Let's put back on the music. Anyway, for all new people who showed up, my name is Dr. Josh Fox. I am a streamer who does a variety of things. Right now I'm doing art, but I also play games. And I also have a Discord server if any of you want to hang out. We love having new people show up and all the new followers and whatnot. We're super excited about that because it helps make our little community even bigger and helps our reach get out even further. Right now, I'm working on a commission for a friend who's actually in the chat right now. So that's exciting. And I hope if you enjoy, you'll stick around. If you haven't followed yet, following would help a ton. Hosting also helps a ton. Duh! 28 viewers. Damn, I think that's the most viewers I've ever had. And if we keep up this kind of viewership consistently, we might be able to grow to the point where I can get to partner, which would be something absolutely incredible. But right now, let's just focus on the now and the moment. It's how appreciative I am of all of you crazy kids coming in here and following and Oswald or Oswald. I actually don't remember how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. That's super sweet. Thank you, DC. Very much appreciated. You can also follow me on Twitter, where I post my art as well as silly memes and things like that. I love me some good memes. So if you're not following on my Twitter, go do that. Dang. Again, I'm not trying to focus on like pure numbers or anything, but that, oh man. Thank you very much, Sahama. I have to say, I'm sorry I keep missing like your streams, Sahama. I know I haven't been like super like active on anyone's streams lately. I keep falling asleep during the middle of the day when everyone is streaming. And I feel bad, because, like, I want to watch Flint's streams, I want to watch Poppins, I want to watch yours, I want to watch Vermont's, I want to watch Beeb's. And now I'd very much like to watch Lupus's, but, like, I always fall asleep in the middle of the day. Time zone is a bit of a challenge. It's not even just time zone, it'll be like, yeah, it's like 3:30 over here. Like, I fall asleep anyway. I don't know why. It's just how it's been lately. Yes? Oh, Sahama. Come now. Yeah, that's really late, buddy. You should be in bed. Thanks for letting folks know. Ducky. Thanks for letting folks know about the stream and where to rate and things like that. It helps a lot. Spreading the love. Oh, so yes, you could shoot me a tip if you want. Thank you, Fenbot. Fenbot is our adorable little our mod bot, by the way, who you can actually interact with. Oh, that jam! Oh, yeah! The song is Donkey Kong Country 3 GBA Chase. Venmar, you're old. I thought you should know this song. Yeah, but it's from the GBA version. Most people haven't played this one. Also, didn't you say you were sleeping? Mr. Cute and Fluffy. He did! Yes, you are. GBA. Yeah, GBA. Game Boy Advance, not JBA. Did I say J? Maybe I've actually had this comical accent this entire time, and none of you ever had the heart to tell me. Okay, night Hama. Currently vibing to Nate Wants to Battle Parasite intro. About to switch it over to Metroid Prime soundtrack on the GameCube. Ooh, nice. I need to go to bed. It's like 4:18 here in the UK, but I want to stay awake, but I can't because heckin' body hates it. As well, if you need to go to bed, go to bed. It's alright. It's just really cool to have all y'all come in and hang out, you know? Aww. You're such a snuggy bunch. You and your Murray Snugs. Gosh. This is a good Christian Minecraft server, thank you. I think I made that joke like 3 times tonight. I should probably stop. I like how when I was doing the sketch, I used the round tool, but I'm just like, whatever. If I'm careful enough, I can just circle it. And yeah, it's working. Gonna go sleepy sleeps. Okay, night-night. Oswald, take care. Sleep well. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name. Night-night. You know what this music is oddly putting me in the mood to listen to? Diddy Kong Racing. I might listen to that soundtrack while I'm working after this. Because yeah, after we're done streaming, my work is not done. In case any of you new folks don't know, I got me a YouTube, and I have to make some assets for a big video I'm working on. The YouTube channel is pretty dang small, and follows and watches on videos would be very much appreciated. I also put my stream archives up on there, so if you want to get caught up with all the streaming shenanigans, that's where you go to do it. Anyway, enough shilling. See, well, you have a great stream in the meantime. You pronounced it pretty good, not gonna lie. Ooh, Azual. But Azzy or Azzy works fine too. Okay, now okay, night Azzy, take care. Music taste is good. Oh, thank you, Lupus. Is Lupus a Volp? Is that like or yeah, is Lupus a Volp? Is that like French? So it's Lupus and Volp. Jeez, this is giving me a hard time. Come on! That's good enough. No. We're gonna do it one more time. One more time. Ah. Sure, it still kind of matches. Latin, but also, oh, I know it's used in French, but I didn't, like, I knew Lupus was Latin. Volp, yeah, but I figured A was French in this instance. Okay, cool. I know it gets used in French. Cause, je parle un peu okay, I'm trying to say I speak very little French, but right now I can't even speak English, so. Je parle un peu de petit peu de français. You see, I can't even pronounce it anymore. I can't even pronounce it. Je parle un peu, petit peu de français. There we go. And even then, I'm not sure that's exactly the way to say it, so... Je parle très bien le français. Ah, okay. See, I'm trying to think of some French to retort with, but, Je parle un peu de français. Yes, thank you. I was trying to say very little, so I was thinking of like very or a lot, like grand, but or something. Pleu. But I guess that doesn't work. Yeah, I was saying you speak French very well. I figured that's what you were saying. Yeah, très peu. Thank you. I figured that's what you were saying. I just wasn't sure. I used to actually be much better at French, but then I stopped studying it, and mostly because I started to get bad at it in school. And I was like, you know what? I know enough. Ironically, I don't know enough. So, you know, tu habites Quebec? I think is the line. Is I think how it goes. It's, do you, like, you live in Quebec, or do you live in Quebec? Or do you live in, like France? Or do you just know French? Yes, it's a hard language. I mean, so is English. French Donald Duck. No, oh, in Belgium. But you said the perfect, excellent. Okay, good. You lived in Belgium. Okay, that explains it. All right. J'habite Canada, Ontario, whatever. I live in Ontario. We're right next to Quebec, so generally it's good to know at least a little bit of French. I try, but half the country speaks Dutch, and the other country speaks French. I have been there before. Yeah, Ontario or Quebec? Or just Canada in general? Ontario. Specifically Niagara Falls. Oh, so you're in Toronto. I've only actually been to Toronto a handful of times, and I've never been to Niagara Falls. Oh, hell. I was wrong, haha. Wait, what? Yeah, I've never been... Oh, Toronto is in Ontario. Yeah, I've never been to, I've never been to a Niagara Falls. Even though I live in, like, the country where half of it is in. The other half is the United States, of course, because it's literally right where we meet, but, you know. That's funny, I actually didn't mean to, Yeah, family in Buffalo. Oh, cool. I thought it was related. Yeah, yeah, no, it's in Toronto, which is just off, which is you know, Niagara. We share Niagara Falls. Half of it, which I think is technically the more clear view of the falls, is in Canada, and the other half is in the States. I actually think it's split a little bit less evenly. I think there's more of it in the States, but I might be misremembering. It's definitely remembered more as a Canadian kind of thing, though, which is actually surprising to me because normally it would be the other way around, but... Hey, our main attraction is just, hey, we're nice. So, I mean, hey, any kind of big fancy thing I'll take. I'm probably going to be wrapping up soon because we're almost at 4 hours, and that's longer than I meant for us to go to. I was going to end at like 3:30, like 3 hours and 30 minutes, but now I'm probably going to finish up the line work here for the background. And then I'll do up the coloring another time. Oh, DC is still watching. So this weird techno remix of the Donkey Kong Country game. Hey! Lupus A. Volps, thank you very much for the 200 biddies. I also need to go to bed. It's almost 6 a.m. here. You have an awesome stream. Thank you. We're probably just going to wrap up soon. All right, I got to catch you later as well. Got to catch up with some old timers. All right, stream Dr. Duck. See you around. Well, the horseshoe big side is the Canadian one, and the side there's a small one, which is American. Oh, so it's the other way around. It's American. The American side is smaller. The Canadian side is bigger. Okay. My mistake. Again, never been. Thank you very much for the 100 biddies. God, you've all been so generous tonight. What an amazing lot you guys are. I live with Lupus, so I'm also going to bed. All right. Well, we're about to... Thank you very much for the follow, Lupus. I gave both of your little channels little channels. They probably have more followers than me. A follow. So thank you very much, Quest. Gosh, hecky, so many new faces tonight. I'm living for it. Oh no. Okay, there we go. I thought my program was lagging. I was gonna say if it crashes on me after all this work. God dang, y'all are so generous. Thank you very much. From one artist to another. Oh, Quest, you do art? Oh, hecky, I need to see it sometime. Yeah, I am gonna save it now just to be sure. So I don't know if DC is still watching or not, but I'm just gonna kind of take off the sketches for a second. We still have a lot of the environment to work on, but Quest does amazing. I thought you were going to bed, Sahama. You keep being like, I'm gonna go to bed, and then you don't go to bed. I stream it every Wednesday. I draw traditional. Oh, awesome! I'll be sure to give it a look on Wednesday. I am! That is if I don't pass out halfway through the day. I know he does. But DC, I don't remember if you're watching or not still, but I'll give you a few minutes to look over what we have. And if this is looking like it's good, then woo. If you don't respond in, I guess, the next 5 minutes, then I'll just assume that it's good anyway, and I'll show it to you next opportunity I get, and we can work from there. But this is where we're ending off the stream, basically. Because as much as I would like to, you know, let's at least listen to the rest of this music, because, I mean, we're at credits, so I mean... So far, so good? Excellent! Was there any changes you'd like made, or anything at all? Like I'll overlay like the base sketch so we at least get an idea of the character poses and whatnot, and where they'll be positioned. To assume that this is good to go then. Nothing I can think of. Fantastic! Okay, we're gonna save it. I'm gonna close up for now. So while we're waiting for the sick track to end, I'm just going to remind you guys that there is in fact a Discord. You can find me on Twitter, where I post my art. And I have a YouTube that you can also follow, where I do videos, everything from speed paints to story time to just to stream archives to just whatever the hell I'm feeling like. It's all fun, ridiculous content that I just make when I feel like it. I say make like it. We get new videos every Monday plus the archives, but you know. So follow those 3 things and we're good. And with that said, I'm going to look for someone for us to raid since I don't want to leave you guys without something to watch. Alright, well, this track has taken longer than I thought it would, so I'm just gonna skip ahead to the last track and then we'll, I'm gonna send you guys over to Rick P. Griffin. In case you guys don't know, this is the guy that made, House Pets. So, right now, he's, playing Operation Black Mesa, so that's exciting. Not much else to say beyond that. If you are a subscriber, if you want, feel free to, actually, you know what, maybe don't. I was gonna say, like, spam with butt emos, but I don't know, maybe that might be kind of annoying, so maybe let's not do that. But, feel free to say hi or whatever, you know. Nothing much else to say beyond that. I want to thank each and every one of you, all of our new followers, all of our new, subscribers, all of our old followers and whatnot. Everyone who showed up in the raid, everyone who showed up just because they saw the thing on the Discord. Excuse me. It's because of all of you that I'm able to do this as my job. And I love every single one of you. So, with that said, I will see you later. Bye!